Yeah, 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 yeah. Um, hello, 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 hello.
Hello.
Chelsea, hopefully your internet is better today. Hey, how are you?
Great. About to come into some
Okay.
rain, but I'm here.
What's going on?
Oh, nothing.
Oh,
Trying to pick up
nothing.
where I left off, and
Okay, yeah. Thank you for
it's been
it. Yeah, it's a week. It has been a week since our last broadcast, whatever you want to call it. So yes, so obviously today is about investments in Liberia, in Africa, the continent as a whole, and just to talk to you about your personal experience as an investor or as a business person, somebody looking to build assets, right? So we're going to talk to you. We're going to talk about your involvement in Liberia, how you got involved, where you're from, what can you tell other people about your business that you're doing. And so, yeah, I'll let you start.
okay. I'm Chelsea, and like I said last week, me and Emma worked together, and we met 6 years ago. I lived in California. I was born in Florida, raised in California, so Um, she's been an awesome friend along the way the entire time. So, the trust has already been established. So, and my whole thing is trust, big on trust, loyalty, and it's hard to come by genuine people. So, that's definitely important in friendship as well as, partnership of any type of business that you're taking on, trying to, be around like-minded people that has the same aspects or ideas that that could come together and make things work. So like I mentioned before, I was one of those people that was pretty much like didn't trust no type of involvement in anything that's what they say, the pyramid scheme, any type of investment or any type of deal that required you to just kind of like trust someone else. So and like I said before, Emma came to me with multiple opportunities, and not that I didn't trust her with either one of them. It was just something my own self-conscious would just take over, an opportunity for me before I can even make a decision. So that was kind of, like, just I gave people pushback. So and then just watching things transpire over the time frame that the opportunity had been presented to me. So I'd be like, dang, I really missed out, and it turned out to be something really good. So and then like I said, talking to my grandfather, and he always quoted, like, never let the fear of failure overjoy the triumph of participating in that. Like I said, I took from that because, like, my biggest thing was taking a loss. I don't like losses. I don't gamble. Like, I'm not taking no unnecessary losses. So to say that, when Emma presented the opportunity months ago, then I thought about it. I was like, just give me a day. And I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? I want to go ahead and come on board. So when I came aboard, it has been everything that I have always wanted to expect, and not letting that fear come in between. Of course, you be cautious, but I was able to actually relax because I'm like, hey, this is somebody I trust. If I need to call her about any type of questions that I have, she's there. And to get into Liberia, I love the culture. I have multiple friends in California that's from Liberia, down to the food. Agriculture, like anything, materials, cloth, fabric, anything. Like, I just love the culture. So that's what made me want to move forward with the investment opportunity, because I'm like, hey, I'll actually get a chance to go visit and different things like that. So, and I'm the type of person, how I got into wanting to be a part of the agriculture project is because that's like right up my alley. So I just believe in, like, just production, keeping the world around us growing, and being a part of different segments and meeting different people who have the same ideas. So just getting into the whole agriculture business, it's just been like an A+ for me, and it's just been going up from there.
Okay, that's good. Yes, as you said, we've already established some form of friendship or in California, and so it was easier for you. So if other people are wondering, like, okay, I don't know what Liberia is. Everybody's going to Ghana, right? And I don't know what Liberia is, but yeah, you are. You have not been to Ghana, and you
Correct.
are deciding Ghana or Liberia, actually Liberia in this case. You still are, you're deciding, what, I will take the risk. Why do you want to take such a risk? You've never been
Because
to Liberia.
exactly. So, and that's the thing for those who's out there, like, who like having troubles with trying to make a decision that's so drastic without no information, never been, like, I just feel like I had to think about it like I take a risk every single day. No matter what I'm doing, I'm taking risks. So I'm like, I could take a risk. I mean, I take a risk when I buy food at the grocery store. I don't know where it manufactured from. It could say that on the box, but hey, it could be just a whole nother thing going on. But I took the risk because I trust my instincts, and of course God. I prayed over it and I just went with it without no doubt. Like I had to leave doubt and fear out of it, because those two things could definitely make a decision for you that you didn't even know you were making a decision about. So definitely have to stay encouraged with the sense of positivity. That's why it's important to talk to people who are like-minded, because you can't tell this to someone who doesn't understand, because that's when doubt and fear shows up. So it's almost like I can't tell a friend who's never been a part of agriculture, and they're just say if they're a part of balloons. I can't talk to them about agriculture because they're going to say, oh no, that's bad, this and that, or, I don't know, just anything that make you change your mind. And sometimes you got to be careful who you're talking to, because you could really be onto something and they hear you and try to steer you away from it. So now you're missing out on your opportunity or blessing because you're listening to someone who doesn't give good feedback. So, and I was told once again, like my grandfather say, hey, if you're telling someone something that's exciting and they're not saying anything or acting like they're not paying attention, just stop talking. Just find people who like to do what you do. And then I promise you, like when you're around people who have the same aspirations, it's easy. It's almost like, where have you been all my life? Like I can talk to you about this all day because you get it, and we're on the same thing. So that's why I did not have a problem taking that risk, because I knew I was surrounded by like-minded people. So, and that kept me encouraged because we all talk about the same thing.
Yeah, thank you so much. So as you know, agriculture is a hot commodity as far as like the business,
Yeah.
right? We're all
I can't hear you. Oh my gosh. Ah. Ah. Hello? I can't hear you. Can you hear me? I read your lips. Yes, you can hear me, but I cannot hear you. Oh my goodness. Ah, what is wrong? Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Ah. What happened? Let me take the Wi-Fi off.
Sorry, technology is not that advanced. I think that it's just a lot of interruption right now for me. That's why. I'm using my own cell phone as it relates to all this. So anyway, um,
Yes, can you hear me?
can you hear me? Okay, like I mean,
Yes, I can.
okay. So as I was saying, agriculture is a vital business to have because we're always eating. Populations increasing, and as you know, Africa's population is going to increase by 2030 by a huge amount of. The number is going to be higher than it is currently. Therefore, we would need to feed a lot of people. So you coming in to invest in agriculture, not just agriculture in Africa, but Liberia specifically, it means a lot because obviously you've never been to Liberia.
All
You
right.
just know this based on a business proposal that was made to you. So yeah, so you've already talked about doubt, fear, which is one element that plays a role in people's decision making. When
Correct.
people are fearful, they don't make decisions. However, you've also said we take risks every single day of our lives.
Mm,
And looking to get into a business that perhaps is not only lucrative but is substantial, it's something that a lot of people sometimes have an issue with. So anyway, I would like you to talk more on the kind of project that you're working on with me and how has that been so far, even for the planning stages and our wonderful supervisor of the project. So what can you say more to that?
Definitely, like, I wouldn't say coming in blind, but definitely not being able, or not saying not being able, but not going to Liberia physically to do a purchase. It almost feels like I'm there because,
Right.
like, the wonderful Mr. Tears, our property manager, he's awesome. He makes me feel like I'm there. Like, just even touring the land, sending pictures and different things like that just really makes me feel really good and confident because he plays a major part when we're not there. So the credit definitely goes to him, and God bless him because he's just on it. He lets us know, hey, we need to go ahead and brainstorm and different things like that. And we're definitely on our toes because it's a big communication is really big, and everyone has to adhere to communication. Like, it can't be a one-sided thing. One person can't do everything, the other person just everyone has to touch base and come together and make this project work and continue to work. So with that being said, the different things that we're doing with we grow, I feel like we have a strong team, and when we need to hold meetings and talk about new ideas, even investors, like, we come together to make sure this works. And like I said, it makes me feel like I'm there because we're so solid. And Mr. Tears is definitely like a blessing for real because he, keeps us on it. Like, hey, he checks in and different things like that. And it just makes you feel good and confident because who's to say if you're working on a project and no one's communicating, but you giving your money and you're like, dang, I can't even reach anyone anymore. Like, everyone was all in the beginning, and now it's time to get the job done, and like everyone's disappeared. But that's not the case here. And that was like another thing, like being able to communicate as if I was there to make sure this project excels. And they have, Emma and Mr. Tears have definitely demonstrated that. And when I met Mr. Tears, it was just like off the rip, like, hey, I'm Mr. Tears, blah, blah, blah. And, we're a team. All I ask is you communicate. And coming from him, that should have been what I should have been saying to him, but he's like already on it, like,
Absolutely.
hey, don't think just because I'm here, no, I need your cooperation as well as you need mine. So that made me feel even stronger about the decision that I made. So definitely, and then like with WeGrow, the different strategies and getting things together, like, yeah, you definitely just got to be all in when you get in. You just got to be all in.
Yeah. So guys, Chelsea have said, some very pivotal points as far as the teamwork of this project. So our agriculture project is called We Grow. So the goal is to really be a provider of choice in Africa, not just Liberia, but like Africa. So we are going to be producing our own juices. How many people can come and tell you that the people are producing juice in Liberia to be able to export it to other neighboring countries? So this is something that when I pitched the idea to her, she immediately came on. I mean, she told me, "Hey, I'll talk about it one day time," but then she was like, Emma, I think this is a great idea.
Correct.
She came on board, and other investors have followed. So what can you tell other people who are looking to invest? Because a gentleman recently contacted us, and we sent him the business proposal and the agreement as far as investors agreement, and if you want to be a partner, how you can be a partner versus an investor. There's a difference between a partner and an investor. So somebody looking to invest in WeGrow would now have day-to-day operational responsibilities versus somebody who is a partner. A partner does hold some level of responsibility because you are a partner.
Correct.
So if somebody's coming in right now, Chelsea, can you hear me?
Yeah, just now.
I'm having so many calls coming, and it's not even
Oh,
funny
okay.
anymore. It's like, why are you calling me? I'm on my life. And it's my farmer. So if you're coming in as a partner versus an investor, those are two different responsibilities that you take. You hold. So for you as an investor coming into a country you have no idea about, Liberia in this case, right? What can you tell other investors who are looking to invest in We Grow, our company?
Gotcha.
What can you tell them?
Okay, first of all, I'm gonna be complete honest. I'm not here to persuade anyone to do anything you don't want to do because I get it. Like I've been there, I've done every doubt and fear out there when it came to investing. So I'm not here to persuade you, but I will tell you this: it's definitely up to you. It
Mm-hmm.
depends on how hungry you are. Like, what do you want for yourself, your family, future goals, even like right now goals? So it's definitely up to you. So coming in, long as the information that's being presented to me matches what's being presented, I have no doubt about it. So coming in, just making sure the information is correct, what they're saying matches, and just definitely like going with your gut, because
Mm-hmm.
I got the gut feeling. That's why I was like, give me a day, but I think I called maybe later that night, or because the time is
Yeah.
different. So it could have been the next
Yeah.
day here, same day there. But I'm like, hey, let's do it. Let's just do it. But
Yeah.
it's definitely go with your gut, ask God, and just go from there. Like, don't hold back and be waiting 10 years. And like I said, I probably could have been a millionaire by now. How many investments I turned down because I was scared. So now I'm like, I'm not gonna do it anymore, and I'm just tired. Like, even if whatever happens, I'm gonna still be involved. So it didn't matter. But yeah, definitely coming in as we grow, we are definitely growing. So coming in to invest under us would be almost like kindergarten. And the reason why I say kindergarten, because I feel like it's a fresh start, it's new, and you can definitely start small, take your time, do whatever you need to do, ask questions. Like, it's the beginning of a huge start. So definitely ask many questions as you can to get the clarification that you need. If you're finding yourself keep repeating the same thing, trying to just get it to click, to click, to click, like, we're only going to tell you what the truth is. So whatever you do after that, that is on you. You have to make your own decisions. But definitely, like, when you find yourself keep asking the same question over and over, then you need to know, hey, let me stop and just think and pray about it and just go ahead and make a firm decision, because now that causes confusion. So you don't want to be confused going into a business deal. So you definitely need to have an open mind and just, share that with God and let him take care of it and make the decision for you. But other than that, I really feel like, you know, you guys coming into We Grow, it will definitely be like starting your first day of kindergarten, because all out of all the stuff you did before, you're coming into a new little school and like, hey, I'm ready to sit down and learn and go ahead and plant my seed and watch it grow. So
Exactly,
definitely.
and that's why that's why it's called we grow, right? We grow. We're not
Right,
only just growing in the sense of agriculture, but we're growing people's investment in our own investments as well.
right.
So thank you very much for that. My goal here, as I've always said to you, you're not a Liberian. You're not from Liberia. You're from the United States. This is
Exactly.
the richest country on earth, right? And you're looking to invest in Liberia. My goal hasn't just been, oh, I'm going to bring investors to come and develop something and take the money. And my goal is to be able for us to produce, for us to manufacture, for us to export, for us to increase visibility, for us to help with development effort, and to bring somebody like you and others who are coming on board. It has been a privilege working with you. Can you talk about your experience working with not just me as a business partner, but how has the relationship been with our supervisor though? Because that's one of the concerns. People always have concerns like, hey, I can't find like a good staff in Liberia to work with, right? And then you are new and putting in your investments, and this guy is like blowing everything out of the water. Like, what can you say as far as his work ethic so far?
Oh yeah, the work ethic has been outstanding. And I'm the type of person is people like my surrounding friends, they and then I don't want to say this, but a lot of people can make a decision based off who their friends are. So I feel like people
Yeah.
that are around me, they'll like, hey, if Chelsea is doing it, then it gotta be something good. So definitely like, and are you referring to Mr. Tears as the staff? Yeah,
Mr. Tips as a not just an employee, but he's a partner to us, I would say.
correct. So I don't look at Mr. Tears like, oh, like he's my employee, because it's almost like he may look at me like I'm his employee. So my whole thing is, it's not like, oh,
Right.
Mr. Terry, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this needs to be brushed, this needs to be planted here. No, no, that's not how we're approaching this project. So everyone is given an opportunity to perform at their own level. Like, okay, Mr. Tears, he's the property manager. And sometimes I may forget to maybe just say respond because we are on to different time zones. But when I go to respond, he's like, hey, we need, just like I said, he is very prompt. So you have to be ready sometimes, because some people can be more motivated than you and will push you. And I appreciate Mr. Tears because he's keeping me on my toes, and I need that because, I don't like excuses. So I like the accountability he holds me to. And not saying like I'm just like not doing what I'm supposed to do, but I just appreciate the prompts and I give credit where credit is due. And he's awesome. Like, he's not just like a person in Africa just working for us. No, he's a part of this just as much as we are. And he's doing an excellent job. He's outstanding. He's my mentor actually. So it's not just about work. It's like it's another level because we're going to come in contact with many people when you have to be mentally ready to deal with that. And he definitely is mentoring me in my leadership, continuing on the positive path and just staying encouraged. Like, Mr. Tears is not an employee at all. He's a part of We Grow. And like I said, the name's not just stated for agriculture, it's for everyone. Like, we grow, like we're all growing. So, and why not? Like, we can grow and into agriculture within yourself, but it's definitely not just work and do this and do that, pointing the finger. No.
Absolutely, absolutely. So you guys, hello, everyone saying hi. So if you have any questions for Chelsea, she's not just an investor in Liberia. She is looking to really help those who are interested. If you have any questions for her as to why somebody from America wants to invest in Liberia, you can always ask her the questions that you have. So if you have questions for her, please type it, and we'll she'll answer your questions the best to her ability, and we can proceed to the next guest who will be talking about all types of investments in Liberia.
Nice.
Any questions you have for Chelsea? Bring it on, people. Any questions that you have for
Bring it
her
on.
and why she decided to go to
Scared.
Liberia? bring it on. She's ready for you. She's prepared. Typically when we go into our pitching meetings and investors are coming on board, I say, hey, Chelsea, you got this. You can handle it, right? So
Yes.
she's developing her own leadership skills as with me as well. I'm just continuing to improve what I have on my mentorship and all the others. And so, yeah, if you have any questions for her, please feel free to ask. Okay? And for all of you who are watching, thank you for tuning into this live today.
I guess,
So we
and I
shall await.
wish
We
away.
shall
I
await
appreciate the
questions.
opportunity to come on here because it's definitely important to even hear like-minded responses. So, like, I feel like a
Hmm.
lot of people probably can relate to what I've said because I only can talk from experience. I don't have any notes. I don't. It's not rehearsed. This is from experience. My responses comes from experience. So, it's I don't have anything to write down. So, just, even if you don't have any questions, just, some things are better left unsaid. It's just think about it. So either way, you're going to know what's best for you. So,
Yeah,
but don't
and
just let,
absolutely.
correct. Just don't let, you know, um, emotions be the outcome making a decision, and
Yeah.
I'm still learning that. So it's fine. I get it.
Thank you very much, and that is very important because a lot of people come on my live or perhaps and send me emails and wanting to invest in Liberian. They always have some crucial questions, and I say you have to ask questions. And if the
Correct.
person gets uncomfortable, you become uncomfortable. Therefore,
Yep.
that's not the best thing. So it's important that you're saying that as well. This live is not to say, everybody needs to come and invest in We Grow.
Correct.
Obviously, we're just letting you know of our agriculture project. This is something that will be taking place. This is something we're going to do regardless of, what it is that somebody decides to do, because at the end of the day, you are investing, you are investing
Correct.
and that's your choice. When I go invest in the stock market, the cryptocurrency, I don't, it's my decision, at the end of the day. And then when I see my bank account, I'm like, oh shoot, it's a
Right. And
so
that's
it's
my
at the end of the day, is your decision. Nobody else is, forcing you to invest. But anyway, I just decided to share with you guys, and Chelsea being my partner with this agriculture project. We have other investors that have, we're looking for them to just complete the signing of the investors agreement, and then we go on with this agriculture project. I'll continue to talk about it because I know agriculture is something that we all need to improve on in Liberia because the soil is there, people are capable. We need to be able to produce our own foods. We need to produce our own fruits and vegetables. So that's something that we are trying to improve the movement and then
correct.
have this we grow. Be able to supply not just Liberia but outside of Liberia. I told you I'm getting my export license. Okay, we're gonna be exporting things. We're gonna be exporting things.
Exactly.
So yeah, thank you, Chelsea. I will. Any other questions? Any other thing to add before I have the next guest?
Oh, and I live in Atlanta. I know I said I was born in Florida, raised in California. I am in the Atlanta, Georgia area.
Okay, yeah, you guys heard it. She's in Atlanta. If you are there, you guys can go have a business meeting over tea. It's up to y'all. Whatever the arrangement may be. She's available. Okay. Yeah, Chelsea. Anything else? If you don't have anything else, then I will take my next guest.
Okay, well, I will talk to you soon, and you guys have a wonderful weekend and take care.
All
That's all
right.
I
Bye.
have.
Peace.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. So as you guys heard, Chelsea, she is one of the investors on the agriculture project that is going on in Ball Mines. People have asked me about the land and wanting to invest in the agriculture project that we have. Others are looking more so to do fruit and vegetables because our goal is to produce juice in Liberia, like to have our own manufacturing, to be able to export, stuff out of the country. That's the goal. And that's why I want to make sure this project is heavy. It's heavy as far as the people who are coming on board with knowledge, with the finances. You can have all the ideas you want, but if it's not supported by finances, then it can't come to fruition. So therefore, I'm very happy that Chelsea has been able to come on board. And then after that, other investors have followed. So that's why we're so excited to share this. And I will continue to give you guys update as it relates to we grow. We're going to be producing juices in Liberia, okay? Package and just, send it out. A very, 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 very good stuff. Trying to sound like Donald Trump, okay? And then the guy she referenced, Mr. Tears, he's the supervisor manager over a lot of the projects that we are doing in Liberia. But he is a partner in We Grow. He doesn't work for us; we work together. Mr. Tier is very sincere. That's why everyone who has called me like, how do you get such sincere people to work with you? Well, it takes time, and relationship takes time. You build this relationship. You continue to stay consistent. That's what I've done with Mr. Tears, and in essence, he works well with us. And so that's why, when I reference you guys for the construction, I say talk to Mr. Tears. And that's why if I say talk to agriculture, Mr. Tears, if I say talk about land, Mr. Tears, is because you know what? It's really hard to find somebody who's trustworthy, who works hard with integrity. This man does. Um, so hi, how much a person needs to start in this investment? Okay, so we have a minimum of 2% of the projected worth of the company. So we're operating on a 50 acres of land of pineapple processing, and therefore not just selling pineapple to the market, but also to produce pineapple juice, to also produce pineapple chips, to produce all kind of pineapple, whatever you want to think about it. So that's it. Then we can always send you the investment package. We can send you the partnership definition. We have a full package of what a partner is versus what an investor is. If it's a 6% return that you get per year versus if it's, so you can, all that is detailed in those packages. We can have a phone consultation. The first thing I tell people when they call and say, hey, I want to make deposit right now and invest, I say, save your money. The first thing isn't about the amount of money a person is going to be investing right away. I want to make sure that all the steps are counted off, and then we proceed to you investing your money in it. And it's immediately is not investing your money. It's following all the steps that are required of us and of you to make sure that your documents are well notarized, your documents are well sealed, and you have some comfortability before we move forward. Anyway, my next guest is going to talk about real estates, talk about investment and why you should invest in Liberia. And he has his own businesses in the United States, very, very good businesses. Very smart guy. He's going to be joining this live to talk to you guys about other great things, about Liberia. So stay tuned. Hello, 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 hello.
Yo, what's going on?
What's going on this Saturday? I'm up early. That's what's going on.
Yeah. I was just watching the interview with Chelsea. Very informative. And while you guys were talking about that, I was looking it up because I heard about Bill Gates, but I never actually looked it up. So Bill Gates is the largest owner of farmland in America.
Really?
Yes. So what computer man get to do with farmland? So
Right.
something. And looking deeper into it, obviously the world's gonna have a food shortage.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the stuff we're eating, especially in America, is not really good for us, and we probably shouldn't even be eating it. And it's just a matter of time till they come up with the research and says, "Oh, well, you guys shouldn't have been eating that all those years." So
Exactly.
then at that point, people are going to turn to more natural, organic means, which obviously then at that point he'll be right there, the largest owner of farmland. So yeah, so you guys are on to something. If Bill Gates is doing it, and that's not his field, then
Everybody knows him to be mostly involved in Microsoft, right? Because that's the diversification of your portfolio. And obviously, the agriculture is a great sector as far as increasing just your wealth. Because every day we're going to eat, we're growing, the population is growing, a lot of people on the earth. So agriculture business is actually a very lucrative business. So yeah, it's really good information that you just shared. I didn't know that at all.
I heard that a while ago, but as you guys were talking, I said, let me do some research real fast. So yeah, we might have to talk more off live about that, because that's definitely one of the businesses on my list that I definitely want to look into. And I feel like Liberia or Africa as a whole is a prime location for these, just given the geographical location. Even just I watched a documentary on cocoa beans the other day, and the littlest things you wouldn't really think of, you just think of a cocoa bean, but not knowing that that little cocoa bean pushes a whole economy, like the Belgium economy. If they was to stop getting those cocoa beans for the price they're getting right now, it would pretty much kill their economy, because they're known worldwide for having the best chocolate. But their environment where they're located, they can't grow the cocoa beans over there. It has to be a tropical climate. So it's a big thing that if people don't really know about it, it's easy to just let that stuff go over your head. But if you dive down and do some research on it, you actually see that, I mean, the world really depends on Africa. We're just not being rewarded for the benefits that we're providing. But a lot of those things, those people can't grow it over there. They need that environment, and cocoa beans is one of the things. And like areas that have large farmable land, it's just becoming harder to find now with people, building the cities and all that. So I think if you can lock your farmland in before people come around and start tearing those trees down and building over there, I think you guys are onto something. We might need to discuss that further.
All right, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, we can discuss this on camera. Okay, so do you want to talk to them, the people about yourself a little bit? I know you're on my live, but there's so much more to share because, recently you started looking to invest in Liberia, just as a business person, and also you are a Liberian. So you want to talk to them about what you do here in the US, what kind of business you're involved in, and any other thing you want to share about investing in Liberia.
Yeah, so I, like many other Liberians, I left during the start of the war and traveled around to a few countries as a refugee. Started from Ghana and just moving down the West Coast with my family until eventually we came to America in '97. I was 9 years old at the time. So, I pretty much grew up over here in America, but I was old enough to still remember life in Africa. Maybe not life in Liberia, because I left when I was 2 years old, but I can remember, growing up in Senegal and Gambia, where I spent a few years before I came to America. So I'm grateful to still have that connection right there. The connection wasn't too strong when I first came over here, because just following my family and what other Africans do, and now looking back in retrospect, is like we have a mentality of just trying to escape. I don't really have a lot of people that I'm close to or that talk about going back to Africa and investing. Mostly they try to downplay it and give you reasons why you shouldn't do it, and the reasons are many. So we're not even going to start to list those. But I recently just went back to Liberia earlier this year, and it was like a bittersweet kind of feeling. The sweet part was obviously going back to the place where I was born and connecting with my roots and meeting family that I haven't seen since the war, or really since I was a baby. And the bitter part is just seeing how the economy was and how far back we are. Like basic things that we take for granted in America, like running water and electricity. I was living out there for a whole month, and majority of the time I didn't have those things. We had electricity, but then the power go off. If you don't have a generator, you don't have solar, you pretty much just gotta wait till it come back on. And running water, I mean, I was taking a bath with a bucket, but I kind of want to do that to kind of bring myself down to earth a little bit, not just go over there with the mentality like, oh, I'm better, oh, I can't do this. Because there was a point in time when I was younger that in the household we didn't have no TV. We didn't have running water. We didn't have, back then, it wasn't even no internet. So at one point I was kind of living out those things. So when I went back, I decided to, live like the common man. But I was in Sierra Leone first, and I drove across the border to Liberia. Just to kind of see what it was like, because people telling you, oh, the road's horrible, it takes you a day, it does that. So I said, okay, I'm gonna see it for myself. So I drove across the border, and when I got to Liberia, I mean, just right off, as soon as you cross the border, you start off with the roads. The roads messed up, and there was a lot of negative things that I really didn't understand why why it was like that. So since that time to now, I've been following channel like yours. I've been really looking into things and seeing what's the reason. Even like beaches like the Brewville area where we at, anywhere else in the world, that would be $1 million real estate location. But in Africa, what people, well, like you say, you sell the land $2,000. People, they arguing about that. They don't want to pay 2,000. Any other place in the world, if you have a beachfront location or somewhere close to the beach, like that's a very high price real estate. So why is it different in Africa? I feel like it's only different right now. It's not going to be like that much longer. So this is the reason I kind of jump on these lives. And I know there's a lot of people watching this that mostly are interested in buying property or investing in Africa. So maybe it helps because I come at it from two different points. One, yes, I am African, but two, I'm an American too. I grew up over here. So I can speak from both different perspectives. And it's important to invest, period. Everybody should be investing. But what makes real estate so special is that, you know, God created this earth, and as far as we know, He's not creating no more land. So the land that we have right now, that's it. You either gonna get some or you not. And everywhere in the world, real estate is going up. I've never heard of a real estate price that's gone down in value. The homes in America, those markets it's on a different scale. But even still, then, if you look at the trend overall, it's all going up, right? You're not going to look 10, 15 years back and seeing that, oh, real estate was higher 15 years ago than it is now. So I think the same thing applies in Liberia. And I know we talked about it before, even those other areas like Marshall and those now where people are rushing to get lands. If you knew back then when you were starting to invest in Africa that Marshall would be that spot right there, I'm pretty sure you would buy up as much land as you can. You would have got your hand on as much money, call as many people as you could to buy those lands, right? Because you didn't know at that time that those lands would be what it is now. And like how we saying you can't even find lands in those areas anymore. Well, I feel like the area that we're targeting, that Brewville area, is going to be the same exact thing. People are taking it for granted now, not learning mistakes or lessons from the past, and thinking that somehow, one, these real estate properties or these lands are always going to be there, and two, that in some delusional world that is going to come down in price, and then maybe in a few years you'll be able to get a better deal than what it's selling for right now, which is not the reality. That's not how real estate works. And I feel like the majority of people watching your channels are probably Liberians, and I feel like that's a whole nother subject right there for Liberians. Like, I see some Liberians, most Liberians come to this country and they struggle, but there are some outliers who come over here and they're actually doing pretty good. They're making good money. But in my books, it doesn't matter how much money you're making. If you're not contributing to Liberia, like, you still from one of the poorest countries in the world. So even if you get all the money in the world and you get away from Liberia, you live in America, you're living in Europe, when somebody asks you where you're from and you say Liberia, that's like you lose points. Like, you're from one of the poorest countries. You're not doing anything contributing to the country. You're not contributing to the economy. You don't have any businesses over there. Like I said last time I got on this live with you, most people just want to go back to Liberia in their retirement years and build one house and just live there, and which is a really selfish perspective if you think about it, because you build your nice house, you build your compound, you're enclosed in there, and outside your compound, you got a struggling economy, you got roads that's not paved, you got no jobs. Like, majority of people making profit or income off the barter system, meaning they're physically buying goods and putting in their wheelbarrows and selling it on the streets. So that country is desperate for jobs, and here you are in the Western world, you got more money that you can spend, but somehow you're not investing that money back to at least contribute to your country being a better country than when you first came into the world, which is, at the end of the day, that's one of our goals, right? Yeah. Or even from being in that area, we got to contribute back to the area. I feel like Liberians have a scarcity mindset instead of an abundant mindset. So that's not saying people can't change. That's just from my observation of mingling with different kinds. Like, I've worked for Indians and Pakistanis for a while. I see how those people operate, and they move nothing like I won't say all Africans, because there are some Africans like Nigerians and stuff who I meet a lot of Nigerians. They're hustlers. They're, shipping back to Nigeria. They're always telling me about properties and developments they got in Nigeria. And now it seems like the Ghanaians are doing the same thing. The Ghanaians are sending all their money back to Ghana. They're living below their means in America, but not knowing that these people have very valuable real estate back home and big business plans. But like I was saying, when I was working for the Indians and the Pakistani, I see how those guys move, how they empower each other, how they help each other. Like I literally seen somebody come from Pakistan. Dude didn't have nothing, just the clothes on his back. Started off filling the fridges at the convenience store. Next thing you know, the Indians they put together, they got him a van. Next thing you know, he started buying these little cupcakes and selling them to different stores. And because they power each other, all the other gas stations, they buy off him. Next thing you know, fast forward a couple of years, this dude got a bigger truck. He still got the small truck. And then when I asked him, because I was starting to be interested about whole Liberian Africa move, so I asked the dude, I say, hey, do you have any investments in your country? That dude's like, yeah. He started naming a whole list of stuff. I got buses. I got that dude this. He said he even got a program where he picks kids up from their house and takes them to school, like without charging them. That's what he utilizes one of his school buses for. So somebody that just came to this country in such a short span can not only do something for himself in America with the help of his fellow countrymen, but he can also take some of those resources back to his country and make it better, not only for him, but for the whole country. So I just started seeing those things like, okay, why aren't Liberians like that? I'm sure there's some out there, so I'm not speaking for everybody, but I'm just saying the majority, as I start to replay stuff in my head and Liberians I know and family and stuff like that, like, why are Liberians not doing these things? Instead, I think, like I just asked one of my cousin's kids a couple months, because both of his parents are Liberian. So I asked him, does your mother have any plans to take you back to Liberia? He said, nah, my mom said Liberia not good right now. So I'm like, not good right now. What does that even mean? But you don't even know what you do to your kids. Like basically you're putting that in your kids' heads. Liberia's not good. So they haven't even been there, but all they know is Liberia's not good. They don't even know what that means, good in which way, in what sense. So that's one of the things too, that's killing us. And another thing too, when these people think they're gonna escape from Liberia, that's a big thing too. Most of my family that's over here from Liberia, like they don't really have major plans of going back to Liberia. Hopefully, these lives and my actions and what we're doing, hopefully we're setting a new trend. Which with the power of the internet, all the excuses go out the window, because any excuse you can make, somebody's already doing it. Yeah. But people mostly try to come over here to this country and think that somehow because they get a better car, they get a better house, that means they're doing better, right? Even though you don't own those things, you live in a debt society where you're gonna be paying for that house for the next 30 years. Right. That car now is ridiculous because the salary is not moving up as high. So these dealerships have worked out a way to keep the term going longer just to make the payment affordable. So now you hear people having 8 to 10 year car notes. Like you're sacrificing 10 years of your life to pay for something with 4 tires on it, right? But when you talk about investing in Africa, you see that as a no. But when you talk about come in the debt society, not owning everything, being forced to work for that house, being forced to work for that car, thinking at some point you're going to retire, not really understanding how the economics of this country works. The whole retirement system, when it was first created, lifespan was like 65 and people were retiring at 50. You only needed that money to survive for 10 to 15 years. Now people trying to retire at 55 and people live until 90. So now you took that 15 years and stretched it and try to live 40, 50 years, which, I mean, it's sad to say, like, I come from both parts. Like, I've been a worker and now I'm an entrepreneur. If anywhere in your future, you're not going to be making 6 figures, you on a downslope over here in America because inflation is going up. That means that's the reason why your rent used to be $900 and now it's $1,300, $1,400. So just imagine the next 10, 15, 20 years. So it's like we just moving through without really knowing what we're heading, right? So I'm foreseeing those things. And even though I don't think I'll be in the position where, I can't make money, because again, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm always looking for opportunities. I'm always trying to learn and basically push myself over the bar. I'm not looking for any handouts to work any jobs. For people who's working jobs, I'm not trying to put those people down. I'm just trying to let them know how this economy works. But I'm thinking ahead, like, okay, Africa is still on the bottom right now. That's going to change very fast. Not just the economy, but those properties. The reason you can buy a property in Brewville for even a couple thousand, that's still cheap. But let's just say the reason you can buy a property in Brewville for a couple thousand is because look around, there's not that much development. It's still a wooded area. There's no communities. There's nothing being built right now. But in the next 5 years, when people start developing those areas, why would you think that the land price will go down when other people are developing around the area? That's not how it works. The more people develop, it increases the property value. That's how it works here in America. That's how it works everywhere. So I get on these lives not because I'm making money out of it or anything like that. I have no benefit directly in you guys buying the land. The only thing that I let you guys know is what we are planning in that community collectively. And on the minimal scale is development. That's the very minimal side. We're trying to push development. We're trying to push for people to invest in that community so that we can come together and not only create a community where all our property values will be higher, but in doing so, we give back to the country, we support the economy, and then you can be around like-minded people. Like if Emma's doing this business, she's in the agriculture, this person doing this. I'm planning on shipping cars and automotive, but I'm not limiting myself to that. I'm also planning on getting into construction, heavy machinery, doing my own development, even getting to the point where I can purchase acres and really start building my own communities and selling those houses off, right? That's another demand right there. So before I conclude, there's one more thing that's missing. And me personally, this is what actually kind of ignited just even trying to go to Africa and, trying to find an alternative. Because when I first came to this country in 97 to now, 2021, there's been a huge change in this country. And you can see that from the kids, the next generation. And the technology that we have available to us, it's like a double-edged sword, right? You can either use it like a samurai sword. The samurai can either kill somebody with the sword, or if he's not trained with the sword, he can hurt himself. He can cut his own limbs off. So that's what I call a double-edged sword, something that's meant to be a positive, but for most people, it's just going to be a negative. This technology era that we're moving in, you're bringing your kids from Africa to America, thinking that you're giving them a better life, but what you might really create is a mindless individual who has no sense of planning, no sense of goal. Definitely not going to be going back to Africa. A lot of these kids don't want nothing to do with Africa at a certain age because of what the media shows them. So that's something that I'm very aware of with my son, my 2-year-old son. I don't want him really growing up around here thinking, tricking myself that because he has nicer parks or all these other things that's going to make him a better person, because I really don't think it is. I'm not a big fan of how these kids are turning out nowadays. It seems like they don't have any goals. They don't have any plans. The phone's always in front of their face. They're always on YouTube or all these other things that not educating themselves. And we as parents, we just want them to go to school. We think that's everything. As long as they're going to school, that's straight. I'm good. But like I just touched on before, just going to school is not the solution. It used to work back in the day with how the economy was, when people were paying off their school fees in 3 years and people were paying off their mortgage in 5 years. But now things have drastically changed. So we're setting our kids up in a system that no longer works. And we ourselves don't know how to explain it to them because we ourselves are in the system. So those are just the main reasons. There's a lot more, but I don't want to hold you guys up and seem like I'm going on a rant. But to conclude, let's say that you guys are aware of all those reasons and you already know of those, but you still say, okay, I haven't been investing in Liberia because I'm not going to send my money back home to my friends or family over there because I know people are living hand to mouth. So why would I try to send them money so they can buy a property or look after my development when these people are barely making ends meet, which is a very valid concern. That's been my reason for not investing in Liberia all these years, because even my family that's over there, I don't really know them. We're family because our bloodline, but I don't have any memories where I spent with these people because I left at an early age. So even though we talk here and there and on Facebook Messenger, stuff like that, but to send them money to go purchase a property, not only can that be uncomfortable, but you never want to put them in that position, because now if they do something with the money, it changes the relationships. It could cause family issues. So usually we just do nothing. And that nothingness has been hurting the country this whole time. People are either over there scamming, stealing your money, or people over here not trying to send their money because they don't want to put themselves in a vulnerable position to be scammed. So this is the reason why our economy looks like this. This is why our country looks like this. This is why the roads not getting paid. It's all those things collectively that I just mentioned, that the money is not coming in. So our goal of doing these lives and these talks is to not only empower people to try to invest in Africa, but also show them that, hey, we got somebody over here who can purchase properties for us, who can help us with development. We have other people coming on saying that, hey, we got our land, we're doing this, we're moving forward, we're doing businesses. So at this point, all your excuses are out the window, right? Especially if we're targeting a certain location. You don't have to wonder where to invest anymore. We're telling you, we're investing right here in Brewville first, right? Maybe in the next 3 years, we might collectively go and invest in another neighborhood and do the same thing, but we have to start right here. We have to get people on. So this is the main reason for doing these lives, because I could tell you guys of my personal plans, and those plans are going to move forward whether you guys purchase properties or not. I would just like for us to look back 3 years from now and say, hey, we all met on Emma's channel and we came together in this community. We came together and started these businesses. We pooled our resources together, and we set an example for the whole country and just set an example for West Africa. So this is my goal and try to encourage you guys. But it's not saying that if you guys don't buy the property, you guys don't invest. It's not going to stop me, because I know that time is coming and I want to be a part of it. And I don't want to look back 3 to 5 years from now and saying, oh, damn, that land in Brewville, I could have bought that for a couple grand. But now those same people that bought it for a couple grand, they might try to turn around and sell to me for 5 to 10 grand or even higher, in depending on how long you're talking. So that's why I'm trying to give you guys the opportunity right here. If you guys not been investing because you didn't have nobody to trust, we on the channel right now. Emma's on the ground. She got people on the ground. She got resources and things in order, and I'm taking advantage of that. And I'm gonna try to get as much land as I can get my hands on. And eventually I'll be showing you guys my videos where I'm doing stuff with my land. But right now, since it's only in the talking phase, where we just come on these lives and talk about what we're doing, this is the point where you want to jump in and take advantage. Because by the time I hit the ground next year and start putting my building together, those properties that were available around us might not be anymore. So you guys need to jump on that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. So a lot of questions are coming in. You can speak to these as well, as best as you can. Um, So somebody said Liberians, they think America is their home. Is that like something that you observe? Everyone thinks like, okay, I'm just going to be in America. I'm going to retire. They wait for that 66 years of retirement. At the age now, they wait for that and then say, I will never go back to Liberia. Do you see more people saying, or do you hear more people saying, America is my home. I will never go back to Liberia? Like, what do you observe? What do you hear?
No, I don't hear people saying I'll never go back. What I most hear people saying is, I'm gonna go back. Well, the people who say I'm gonna go back and build my home, I notice they're usually at an older age. It's not a lot of people that are younger. So let's say 50 and up. Mostly family and family friends that I know is mostly like the people that are 50 and up that are going back. But like I said, they're going back to build that one house. None of them told me about any business that they're involved in or anything like that. Everybody want to go back to have that house for them, somewhere where they can go, they can live, all their needs can be met. It's just them. And It's so common that you don't really sit and think about it. But what a selfish perspective for a country that's rated as one of the poorest countries in the world to just go and build your compound with your high fence while everybody else on the outside of your fence is trying to make ends meet. But as long as you're in your safe, secure compound and you got your big bag of rice, and I guess nothing else matters.
I think I've heard similarly to what you said, but mostly when I get older, or perhaps when I retire in America, I may go to Liberia because I don't want to stay in a nursing home. And these are the things, conversation I've heard from older people. The truth of the fact is, if you establish a business, you are not only empowering a community of people, you're giving jobs to people, so that it starts to gradually alleviate the problem of unemployment, right? I mean, you can be at a zero unemployment, right? You can see some level of improvement in that regard. So going to just build your house and sit there, if everybody doing the same thing, how do we talk about development? How do we develop, right? You can't do that. So the goal on this channel is not just for you to go and build your house, talk about building your house, but also how can you contribute to the unemployment sector? How can you contribute to agriculture? How can you contribute to real estate? How can you contribute to the cornerstones being removed? Because I think you guys, you put your cornerstones there, you wait 3 to 6 years before you start something on it. How can you go around those neighborhood and see grass and all these trees and say, oh my God, that place is not developed? Well, you are stopping development. How can we desist from that behavior and start to see development? How can we all contribute to the development instead of saying you want to retire at 67, and then by that time you're old, you're not going to experience anything else. So anyway, that's what I've heard. And then this person said,
They
go
want
ahead.
to build. They build a house. They want to fix the road. Soon as they come out the compound, a dirt road they're riding on.
Yes,
Fix their house, at least fix your road, man. When I went over there, see nice houses. As soon as you walk outside the dirt road, I'm scratching my head. Like, am I missing something? Like, I can't even wear white shoes over there. My white shoes get dirty before I even leave the house. Like, come on,
Yeah.
what's going on?
And that's what we're trying to change, because you are investing in Bravo. You and other people who have been investing in that area. It's for us to mobilize and change everything and things within that community that we are investing in, and thereafter go beyond and beyond and beyond. So it's very important. You don't have to. I've said this over and over. You don't have to go through me to purchase a property, but the goal is we are trying to build a community that would be an example, and leaving that community to go to another community. And this is the development effort that we're all talking about. So, yes. Now, this other person said, all those places will open soon, or they will open. It's true. Like Breville, right now, I keep telling you guys to invest. That the reason why I keep talking about Breville, part of it is because I have a guarantee land. So that's, I don't want to tell you, hey, I have land in Grand Bassa County. I don't. There's a guaranteed property that when we all mobilize within that community, we put it together and it's all set, and then people can see that as an example for us to really help in the development process. So yeah, like she said, those places are gonna open. Yes, when you see somebody put a house there or a structure there, you're encouraged to say, oh my God, I can develop my own land as well, and see how else the community can work together to develop those properties.
Yeah, and when they open, your window closes.
Exactly. No, but because this theme is true. When I purchased a lot of land, 2 lots of land on Robertsfield Highway. That's my second property. I have 3 properties on the Robertsfield Highway, right? When I purchased it and I was the only one in that neighborhood building my apartment complex. And people were saying, oh my God, nobody's ever going to move here. Nobody's ever going to move here. And I said, well, I don't care if anyone's going to move here. I think this is an ideal location. And in through the 3 years, 4 years, you're going to see people are going to move here.
Hmm.
So now, when I went back in March, I was really, really surprised to see the houses around it. And I think when people see other people coming in and developing, they're more encouraged to do so. There's a level of fear of, oh, I don't want to be in this community by myself. I don't want to be the only person, in this community. I'm scared. But when they see other people doing it, that's what I've seen, especially in that area, that has been an increase of buildings. Every time I talk to my supervisor, hey, what's going on around that? Oh, this person just finished the house. It's very encouraging. So what it is that's there right now that looks like it's not a developed area, 3 to 5 years, you're going to be very surprised how it's going to come together. And you might sit back and say, if I knew, and that's something you don't want to live with regrets. So this person wants to know the community we're talking about. We are talking about Brewerville. Brewerville obviously is not the only community in Liberia that needs development, but specifically, like I said, because I have a guaranteed land there that is being sold, and I also have a vision to make sure that this community is up to standards, and I'm trying to mobilize a group of people to ensure that we develop this area, and then yes, and go into other areas in Liberia to develop. That's the area, okay? So if you have any more questions, you can let me know regarding that. Somebody says the only problem I have is people selling land to multiple people. This really is it's a tricky subject, um, to be honest with you, because who do you blame, right? You ask yourself, okay, do I blame the government, right, for not setting policies to protect me? Or do I blame myself for not doing my due diligence and buying land just because somebody said it belongs to them? Or do you blame the landowners? Who do you think got the blame? I want to hear your take about that. People selling land multiple times, and is it even a blame game, right? That's even the question. Is it a blame game, or is it a sense of accountability on each person's end?
Yeah,
What do you think?
I mean, I think people are gonna blame whoever they got to blame to sleep better at night. The reality is, there's a proper way of doing things, and the way we're on here on this live right now, if Emma's is has 3, 4, 5 people in this live that have already bought property, then that's like a word of mouth confirmation. So before I bought my property, I had my cousin go over there, and he met with the people on the ground, and we were all on video. We was on communication. We had the contract made. So I think that's a certain level of security that you really can't find with other people. So like I don't really know how to break it down. I think people are just they're gonna look for excuses even if you give them a outlet. So this is what I'm saying. This is the reason I haven't been investing before, because I know that is something that's a serious issue in Liberia. People selling multiple lands. So if you find a trusted person, then that's your opportunity right there. So if, like you saying, they don't want to buy the land off me, they can go to somebody else. Well, I mean, you don't want to buy the land from Emma, but you want to go to somebody else, but maybe that person gonna sell to multiple owners. Like, so what's what do you do? The option is not to do nothing. That's what we're coming on here and trying to stress. So I feel like if somebody's trusted, they got other people vouching for them. We're taking time out of our day to come on live and try to empower you guys and encourage you guys. Then I think that should be reason enough, at least to take the further step. I'm not saying go and send your money right away, but at least have your people go over there and go and check it out. Look at the land. Look if there's already cornerstones on that parcel right there. Go do your due diligence if you have your own people in the country. But I would much rather deal with somebody who's putting themselves out there, who's going on live, somebody who's sharing their other businesses that they're involved in, showing us. So I think that's somebody who has a genuine plan for the country, and it goes past money or trying to take your money. Like, we're trying to help our country. We're trying to improve our country. We're not trying to be on the bottom forever. We have the perfect geographical location. We have resources. The only thing we're missing is the mindset of our people to be intact and to somehow, to a degree, come together collectively, which is what we're trying to do over here also.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, you are so right. I always tell them, please go to someone else. Even for those who have called me with their land disputes issues, I still respond to them. I find them the resources, because at the end of the day, it's not about me. If you need help, I give you the right resources, and you continue to go by your merry way. You make mistakes, things that I've talked about on my channel, you do that, and it's unfortunate I won't be taking people calls if I know that this is something I continue to talk about. You continue to make the same mistakes. It's like, doing the same thing, expecting different results. Not okay. but we have to get in the mindset of developing Liberia, and we all can. So is this person, are you asking if the land is being leased, or what are you asking about properties that will be developed for leasing? Is that your question, David? I'm not really sure.
I'll gladly lease you my land.
Yo, for a lot of money, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll do a 10-year lease. Got something for you.
So yeah, somebody was saying, okay, that's the first attitude. Yes, of course. We are here holding the place down. You're be bluffing. Uh-huh. Exactly, exactly. Tell them, let it be bluffing. One of these days they will be very sorry picking their head. All right, so let's see. Hey, I am not an expert. What people tell me invest in virtual reality. That would be the next great thing, like Uber, Facebook, Amazon. What do you have to say about that?
You said virtual reality?
Yeah.
If you know in Liberia how bad the internet is even at, we're behind. The countries that have the luxury of worry about virtual reality, that's not Liberia right now.
Exactly.
Those are the countries who come together. They have some kind of systems in place, and they're making sure that their country is better and getting better every year. That's not Liberia. Like I just said, the roads aren't even paved. People build their house, they build their fence. They ain't even worry about the road. They ain't worry about the people down the street who don't have no rights. They ain't worry about the people in the market who's selling, and they're not worried about a lot of those things. So we have to address those issues first, before we even start worrying about technology and all that thing. Like even a lot of my family, I call them, you can't even get good signal over there. So a lot of those issues that these Western worlds haven't had in like decades, we're still having those issues. So it's gonna be a while before we see any kind of virtual reality over there, unless we come together and start now. Like I want to be able to see those things. I don't want those things to be like, oh, my kid's gonna enjoy the next generation. Nah, I want to still be able to see those things in my lifetime right here. But this is what it's gonna start by. And you guys are just waiting for the government and the politician. You guys make my head tired with that stuff when I go to Liberia. Everybody got their own party. Oh, let's wait till this party get in control. Let's wait this party get in control. I'm like, bro, it didn't work in the past. Why would it work in the future? You think these parties are gonna help you out? They're gonna come fix your road. They're gonna do this. We got to do it for ourselves. Can you just imagine the amount of Liberians in the diaspora if everybody just put together $100 a month? Do you even know what that could do for Liberia? Then maybe at that point we could have virtual reality.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. I think our contribution is very vital to that, because I always tell people on my channel I don't talk politics. I'm very non-politic driven. I do understand that politics does impact our lives. I mean, from the quality of air to the water, it's all politics driven. I understand all of that. However, my channel is not about politics. My goal is to empower you and to be a resource for us all helping the development effort. That's not on YouTube here. Thank you for your contribution. Chelsea, do you plan on investing in other businesses? Um, they keep making excuses. Okay, somebody. All right. So Chelsea is not on this live right now, but when my goal of talking to Chelsea, because she does have some experience in agriculture, and secondly, she does have the ability to recruit other investors in the project that we're working on. So she's a smart business person, and also too that she also has the finances to go into agriculture, and she see the vision of it. And instead of going to Ghana, people have given her the idea to go to Gambia and Ghana, but then I presented my proposal and she came onto it. It's not just agriculture that she's gonna stay investing in, but if you present an option that is best, of course she will definitely listen to that. If it works well for her and where she's heading in her life, she will likely look into it.
Yeah, and I
So
can
yes.
for Chelsea too for being a non-African, just an American trying to invest in Africa. She's already a step above a lot of you guys right here with all your excuses. The American come out of nowhere and want to invest in Africa. But then also that makes a important topic too, which I have when people see me going to Africa and talk about Africa. I'll say for the most part, Americans are very interested in investing in Africa. And I foresee that trend going all the way up within the next decade because Americans now are trying to get in touch with their roots. They're starting to see that, this country, even though we somewhat have freedom and equality, that, you know, being in Africa is just, I mean, it's just a life-changing experience that I suggest everybody at least travel there at least once. But Americans are generally interested in investing in Africa. The only problem is that their African friends don't know nothing about investment or nothing about business to help them out. So you guys too that are on these lives and catching these that aren't really business savvy or entrepreneurs, you guys are working, but you just think about buying property. Maybe this is the opportunity to start changing that mindset a little bit, which it doesn't happen overnight. It's a gradual process, but let your mindset start shifting to, you know, a business person mindset, because that's the real way where we can really elevate our country is through business. Money makes everything move around. That one house you're going to build is not going to move nothing. We need to put money together. We need to start collectively figuring out ways to create jobs. And with our American friends who have money in their saving accounts or who have money up for investment, if we can be in a position to show them, all right, invest in this, this is what we're doing. This is what the returns have been looking like previously. These are the opportunities. If you're presenting those things, like those are huge opportunities, not only for you to make money, for you to have some kind of business going on in Africa, but again, like I keep saying, we're developing the country and we're just promoting the whole economic structure to that country, and that's what that country desperately needs right now.
Right. Absolutely. Completely agree with you. Somebody said they keep making excuses. The very first time I talked to Chelsea about this, I told her to keep an open mind. I understand that Ghana is somewhere that everybody wants to be. However, Ghana is highly penetrated right now. It's very sad. Is a market that you see people have penetrated. So what you see is either a recycle or you're going to see inflated things, prices and all of that. There are still opportunities there. However, I presented her with the option of labor, that the labor force is great. If you see the population and the age, the people looking to work, it's there, and the land space is there. You can actually establish something that is sustainable. And so, there are where other points that I made, and this is investment. You have to talk numbers. I went over if we harvest 50,000 pineapple in the first quarter, how much that brings in. And it's not just the pineapple that is being sold, but like what comes out of pineapple. You have pineapple juice, you have chips, you have other things that you can use with pineapple products. So when I explained that to her, she was sold. Although she said I needed to think about it a day, but having a day to think about something such as an agriculture project, it didn't take long for her to say, what, I'm on board with it. So yeah, she hasn't been to Liberia. Does she know Liberia? No, she could say, I don't want to invest thousands of dollars in a place I've never been, right? But you see the opportunity, and you study the opportunity, and see how best you can either get on it or perhaps continue to study and show some level of interest. Because like I said, we all have to make the difference. It don't have to be like buying building a house, but you can look in other sectors as well. Let's see, who is
And
this?
she's also investing in you because your presentation, how you're showing her professionally. So that's why I'm saying, like, this can be not only like educational, but goes to give you motivation for the kind of person you need to shape yourself into. Because if, let's say, you wasn't the kind of person you are, and your friend asks you, and you just say, "Oh yeah, we breaking coconut, we doing this thing," you're gonna be like, "Nah, I'm good." But you told her, you knew all your numbers, you knew your market you was in, you knew your plans, your goal, because you're a business-minded person. So I think that's what a lot of Liberians are not, business-minded people. But it's not saying that it's not something you're born as a business-minded person.
Yeah.
First, it starts with interest, with knowing. Now you know you're not. So how can I become more like that? And every time you put out these lives or drop these videos, I mean, you're giving free knowledge. Like, that's the power of the internet. So we got to take advantage of it. Y'all watching soap operas, but when the videos drop showing you how to go back to your country and do this, like everything you just say, like I'm intrigued, like I'm interested. I want to know how the pineapples turn to chips. I want to know what that process is like, and who gonna buy them, because I know I eat the plantain chips like crazy over here. So where are those even coming from? So all those things right there. You got to be a business minded person. Like these Nigerians, that's why like Nigerians got a bad rep, but I mean they're actually very smart people, and a lot of them, they're going back to their country doing businesses.
Yeah.
Like you don't see a lot of Nigerians who are just like, oh, nah, we're not going back to Nigeria. Oh, nah, you never even see that. It's like, yes, they're going. They're only here for a short term to get their money, use a resource in this country. And if they had the money in their lap right now, they'll be back in Nigeria. The only reason they're here is because it's the middle game of where they're acquiring that wealth. But in no means do they plan on just staying here and retiring here, like what you guys are talking about, those crazy plans.
I think also too, what a lot of people don't understand is that when they go to work, you're paying for time. You're not really getting any assets. You're just paying for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, to 8 hours. You pay for that time. You come back and invest it back into America by paying a huge mortgage, a huge rent, and all this stuff. You have nothing else left to your name, and then you retire. They give you $800 a month. How do you live off of that? And so it's a little puzzling when people don't think outside of the box, and they want to keep working and working and working, and an opportunity that president just don't capitalize on it. I think also a lot of people's concern is the lack of trust in Liberia. And I'm not going to turn a blind eye to this, because I think as much as we want people in the diaspora to be accountable, people back home have to be accountable. However, who has the upper hand? We do, right? They just financially, we do have the upper hand. So it's almost like telling your older sister, who's supposed to be smarter. You are the oldest, right? Automatically, they expect you to be smarter. So the expectation, though, is that people in the U.S., we have money, we're working, and they don't have those opportunities. Therefore, when you send some money down there, the immediate thinking is, well, you're going to make that money tomorrow. Therefore, I need it now. I'm going to spend. So I do see a lot of the barriers that lead to some of those excuses. However, though, I think that in order for you to have much better results, you have to re-strategize. Okay, if you've been doing the same thing over and over, please re-strategize. One, don't go through me. Okay, I'm just gonna cancel myself. But go back to Liberia. I think a lot of people think is, oh, I'm gonna sit here and send money to my relatives. I don't have to get on the plane and all of this stuff. How do you invest in a place you never, you don't want to go to? How do you purchase a piece of property and wait for 5, 6 years before you go see it? So some of the actions don't make sense. That does not mean some people on the ground can be accountable, for how they treat their family members. And that's why I'm letting you know that you can change that narrative by re-strategizing and doing something else, taking different action.
Yeah.
Very, very important.
And me personally, I don't like to go the family route. Because like I said earlier, you put your family in that position, right? It's almost like, you're testing them, you're putting them up to the test. What happens if they fail the test? Now the relationship goes downhill. Just keep the professional stuff to the professionals. Like if you got people that's what they do, they buy land, they survey. Yes, we understand the trust factor, but again, that's the reason for us doing these lives and promoting this specific neighborhood, saying that if you buy property in this neighborhood, then your contract will ensure the property will be safe until you can come down and look at it. What Emma's saying, don't leave it there for years and years. But for me personally, I don't want to put my family in that position, because I don't want to send my uncle and them some money to go buy land and they blow the money, because now I'm not talking to them no more. Yeah. Now, because I put them in an uncomfortable position, that's like, you got a hungry lion and you're going to give the lion some meat to give to the other lion. It's like, nah, that lion going to eat the meat. So right. Sometimes it's better not to even put people in those positions to test them that way. Especially not from the start, especially you're not sending them money, you're not taking care of them. A lot of these people, our families over there, they have some sort of spite because they think that we come over here and our life is just great, and they see us on social media and we got our new car note and we got this new house, while they're over there stuck trying to see how they're gonna buy a bag of rice. So they're looking at all these things and like, man, these people they living great over there. Like even before I came to America, I heard it was like gold on the streets. Like,
money's on trees. You can find money on the street.
yeah. So that's what they're still thinking, even nowadays. To this point, they're still thinking like that. Like, uh, uh, you don't know. Like when I went over there, you know, when people asked me if I could like find somebody to adopt their kids and do other stuff, like they really like, yo, we gotta get the hell out of here. Like that's how they're acting. And I'm like, man, we in America saying we gotta get the hell out of here. So
Right.
it's just like, you know, you have to be strategic with it. You come to America now, that's what most people are trying to do. But because they don't live in America, they don't know that the plan is short term and to exit. They're thinking that, oh, just come and stay. And yeah, as long as you keep working that job and invest in your 401k, you're going to retire at some point. And somehow you've been struggling this whole time. But when you retire on 40% of your income, somehow things will be good then. Like it doesn't make sense, you know. So don't put your family in those positions. You got somebody here. She got people on the ground. She's paying them. That's what they do. That's what she does. And another thing I hate about dealing with people in Africa, you can't even get a hold of them on the phone. They don't have no minutes on their phone.
Yeah.
No service. You're not saying your $2,000-$3,000. Now every time you call, the WhatsApp off. This person got no minutes. They got no service. It's annoying. I'd rather have somebody, you know, in America that I can contact and let them relay the message, or you know, let them work with the team. At least they know they're professional. The people over there, they know that they have a job to perform, and it's just a better structure than trying to give your family some money and especially trying to make them do the due diligence when they have no experience in land buying, but you want this person overnight to go make sure your land is good, to go do the purchase, to protect it for you, to build your zinc, to somehow use all your money for your advantages while they themselves are eating dry rice at night. Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. I think some things I need to make clear to a lot of people on this channel, and those who contacted me. Everyone who worked with me, they are compensated. So that's why when I call Mr. Tears, even when I call him right now, he will respond. You know what I mean? And so I don't put myself in a situation where I'm gonna look like a weirdo, or like a liar or whatever it is. I have established a team. When I mean team, we work together. What you tell Mr. Tears, you're going to tell Emmanuel. What you tell Emmanuel, you're going to tell Christopher. Like you are going to be having conversation with team members. So that's something that I would really like to you guys to know. I don't work on things by myself, and like he said, my number is very available to you guys. My emails. I come on my live. I talk on my businesses. You know what my businesses are. So there's no reason I need to take your money, honestly. So yeah, that's very crucial. I went to Liberia in March for 5 days. 5 days. And people are like, you're so silly. Why do you go to Liberia? And I said, I go to Liberia for work. Oh, 5 days is not enough. Well, 5 days was enough to check on my business and to actually open my poetry. That was the goal of me going to Liberia to work on my businesses. Even if it's 3 days, if I need to get something done, I'll go in and out because it's a business. It's my investment. I'm not gonna stay here because I need to wait for my vacation time. No, thank God I don't have to wait for that. But you have to go. You have to put when you put your money into something, you have to make effort. You don't just sit there waiting for the house to build itself. You don't sit there for the business to grow. You got to put in time. You're making sacrifices in order for your fruit, for you to see the fruit of your labor this day. So, guys, please let us start making some of these mistakes.
Yeah. But even
David,
if they don't have the ability to even go over there, let's say, okay, I won't be able to go to the library for 2 years. That's not saying that you should still miss the opportunity to purchase the land, because that's
yeah,
guaranteed. That land not gonna be there for 2 years. So
yeah,
you waiting for 2 years to check this land out, but little do you know that very next month the land gets sold, and then in your 2 years you go there, you don't find land, you come back to America, and then you find land again. You say, you know what, I'm not going back for another year, so I'll wait till this land. And it's a vicious cycle that keeps repeating. So my advice to you guys, if you're gonna go ahead and purchase the land, Emma always send you detailed videos of the land. They're gonna send you a picture where your cornerstone is, and they're gonna make a contract with you saying, okay, when can you come on the ground to actually see the land? But if you got family over there, that will be the way to utilize the family. Instead of sending them money, let them do things that don't involve money. Let them go and check those cornerstones. Let them get your paperwork. Let them send it to you. Now you can move forward with the next step. You can start building, like what I'm doing on mine. I'm thinking about building pillars. Every 10 feet, I'll build a pillar. I'm caught in between whether I want to have like a huge wall, like the Great Wall of China, or if I want like some like miniature where I can actually look over. So that's what I'm debating on. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start, putting some blocks on my property so that secures it a little more, especially if I know I'm not gonna be there in the 2 years. So like I said, that would be the best way to utilize family. So one, you don't miss out on an opportunity. You can still secure the land, let your family go and check the cornerstone. When the paperwork is ready in a couple of weeks, let them get the paperwork and send it to you. Now you have images of the cornerstone, you have images of the land, you have your paperwork. So now you can move forward and put some kind of a fence or something down. And for me, I notice it works better when I do it little at a time like that. Not trying to plant everything at once. So when you get small money here and there, you get a couple $100. Go ahead and get some bags of cement. Build a little. Even if the wall's only 3 walls, go ahead and build that. Then next couple months, you get a few $100. Add to that. But if you guys keep thinking that you want to go to Liberia in 2 years, you want to see the land, you want to wait for the paperwork to get ready, you want to wait until you get back to start building and constructing. I mean, if you're not in a position where you own your own time, that's not an option that's available to you. So what we're trying to say is we're trying to figure out ways around that, because these are little things that's been bringing our country down or keeping our country down all these years. So when I talk with Emma, a lot of times we're trying to figure out systems that will still make people comfortable in investing, in building, while they can still live their lives, while they can still go to their jobs. Because the last thing we want people to do is to not have any options, knowing that, okay, I'm not going to Liberia for 2 years, so I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. Because you're going to keep missing out on these lands. As Brewerville gets developed and this whole area gets developed, you're going to look at the next area. Then guess what? It's going to be the same cycle the next area. You're not going to be able to come down to check it. You're not going to want to send family money. You're not going to want to start building without you being here. But at the same time, you work in a 9-to-5 job where you just don't have that option. And then when your vacation time come around, your family want to go to Bahamas or Jamaica somewhere. You don't want to be bothered with Africa at that time. So then you just don't do nothing. And that's what I keep seeing people doing. So that's what I'm letting you guys know, A, that yes, you've been doing it before. And 2, if you don't break the cycle, you are going to keep doing it. And it's a cycle of nothingness.
Nothingness. Preach it. Preach it. Preach it. So this person said, let's see. Let's see. Give me a moment, please. Sorry, guys. I had to get my charger. This person said, how much per acre if you lease it for 10 years? If you lease your land for 10 years, how much is it going to be per acre?
All right, give me some plans. What do you want to do with the land? Let's come together. See, that's another thing about African people. Y'all so secretive. Y'all think y'all got plans that somebody want to steal your plans. You want to keep your secret idea. Let's come together. I want to do this over there. I want to do that. Maybe you're next to me. You got a property next to me. Maybe you're doing that. And maybe I could do something that complements that. Or, like what I plan on doing with mine, I'm heavy on the tourism side. I seriously believe that if we can put a system together for people in America, African Americans, to come to Africa, and that means a place to stay, transportation, pick them up at the airport, have activities for them to do while they're there, taking around, showing them things, almost like a tour guide, and then take them back to the airport where they can come back home safely. I truly believe that Africans want to do that. They want to come. But even me as an African, to go back to Africa was a huge obstacle that I had to overcome, because I'm going back by myself to somewhere that I haven't been in forever. And I'm having to go on the plane, get off the plane, wait for my ride, go through a foreign custom system. You're going to have people bombarding you, trying to help you out with your luggage, and everybody wants some money. It's overwhelming. So that's why people just don't come to visit. But my plan for the Brewerville area, I'm going to be heavy on tourism. I'm going to have everything covered from the point of them. Even they don't have to worry about even buying a ticket. We're going to do everything in one. I'm going to give them one price. I'm going to buy the ticket, 2-way ticket. You're going to come. As soon as you're at the airport, my van or my truck is already going to be there to pick you up. They're going to bring you back to the resort. The food going to be ready. You're going to have everything you need right there at the resort. You know what I mean? But we're going to be going too. I'm going to have different locations. Like, let's say the next day we go to this restaurant, we go to this bar. Now I'm going to approach those restaurant or bar owners and let them know, hey, this is what I do. I'm going to be bringing people from America, This is how I want you to act when they come around. This is our section I want reserved. So if you're planning, let's say you're planning on doing a bar or restaurant, and we connect, and I tell you, hey, when I bring these people on tour, I'll be bringing parties of 5 to 10 people. I'll be bringing them to your restaurant. All we request is our own area. We request these kind of drinks, this kind of service, and in return, we're going to pay this much. So that's how the business transaction works, business to business. So
And you
that's
increase employment, people are going to get hired. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
everything. It's a whole cycle that helps our country, and it helps bring people back to their roots. And these people, when they see Africa, next thing they're going to think about is how they can get in. I mean, how can we
Yeah.
get in on this?
Yeah, so he answered your question of the 10-year lease, okay? Can you recommend a good shipping company to use to ship to Liberia? Where are you located? I know for me personally, I recently moved to the Oregon area and I shipped with a guy who lives in LA, Los Angeles, where I lived prior to moving over here. And so I worked with him and he shipped myself back to Liberia. But they also have, people who ship from Atlanta, parts of the East Coast. So you can always, I think I have some people on here who does shipments too. So you can always contact me and I will refer you to them.
Yeah, people from Atlanta who's shipping. Like I'm in Atlanta right now. I'm not shipping right now, but next year I do plan on at least starting my first either container, or I got a couple cars already on my lot that I don't plan on selling that's going to be going back to Africa for personal use. So if you guys are already experienced or got a shipper in Atlanta to Liberia, then yeah, definitely reach out, drop your info. I have a couple people that tell me, okay, reach out to them when I'm ready. But not everybody's authentic. Some people just know other people that know other people. So I want to deal with the direct source. If you've already been doing it and it's not a complicated process with dealing with 10 different people, then yeah, let's reach out. We could probably connect. We could do business. I'm going to be shipping vehicles, but obviously if I build my house, my apartment, I'm going to do like Emma, be shipping furniture, appliances. I already prepped up. I got all my business cards, Floor and Decor, Lowe's, all that. So I'm ready to throw all that stuff on this business credit card and bring it back over there to the house in Liberia.
Yeah, my house, my apartment that I've talked to you guys about on here, for that.
Oh, and my phone blowing up today. So yeah, if any of you guys, anything you guys got to bring together to the table, let's pool our resources together. Too many times are we trying to do everything on ourselves. We want to keep it secret. We feel like if we shipping cars and we tell somebody else that their shipping car is going to be competition for us, like all those crazy things. Like we need to come together and work together, because by doing so, we put our resources together. That's how you actually build a nation. So this crab in the barrel mentality between Liberians got to stop. And if you guys don't know what I mean by crab in the barrel, if you ever see a crab trying to escape the barrel and the other crabs in the barrel, look what the crabs are trying to do. They're trying to grab onto him. They're trying to pull him down. They don't want him to leave the barrel. They want him to come back down. That's the crab in the barrel mentality. So we got to stop this. Any resource that I got over here, if you in my area, you in the Atlanta area, you trying to ship some cars, I don't have the shipping person, but I have access to the cars. I can't promise you what I can get those cars for, because obviously it's like an auction system, but any resource that I have at my disposal, I'm willing to share with you guys, for the goal that we're going to be helping our country. We're going to be developing our country. So I don't know what Emma got going on. I think maybe she might be resetting her phone, or her phone might die. I can't see comments on this side because she just had me in the live. But like I said, yeah, my plans for that Brewerville area, I got big plans. I'm buying up as much land as I can over there. And as time progresses and people aren't buying those lands, I'm going to be taking those up, because, there's a lot of different things I can do in there. Yeah, I kept them entertained for you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I had to move because my phone was gonna die. And anyway,
Oh, yeah, it's all good.
so yes, you're saying, go ahead.
No, I was just telling them about how we need to pool our resources together, and if anybody, I basically tell, like, don't have that crab in the barrel mentality that, I shipping cars already. This man wants ship car. He gonna be my competition. Like, no, there's too many people for competition, and I'm not even necessarily saying I'm gonna go start a dealership. The cars that I'm shipping are like cars that I want to use in Africa, because I'm riding around in small cars that got to go circle around the potholes. I'm trying to bring some cars I could run through the potholes with. Some cars that are gonna have some AC that can be decent. And then if I get to the country and somebody wants to make me an offer, or somebody wants it for them, then yeah, I can either get them one or sell them mine. But I'm not coming over there to be competition for anybody. Like, you selling car in the street, I'm selling car in the street too. Nah, that's not even my MO. So don't think that because you're gonna share your shipping connection that somehow I'm gonna be your competition. That's what they call crab in the barrel mentality. And another thing that's been hurting our country, we see each other as competitors. Let's stop this person, let's stop this. You know, we need to be encouraging each other. When I see somebody like Emma and something they're doing for Liberia, I don't say, oh, who does girl think she is? I'm saying like, yo, how can I get on? How can I add to that? You know, so that's my mentality. That's what it says, an abundant mindset. So you got to ask yourself the question, is the glass half full or half empty?
You know, I always tell myself I need more rich friends. So, you know, the more the better for me.
Rich friends ain't hanging out with you.
Exactly. So
Rich
you
friends hang
gotta
out with other rich friends.
exactly. So that's my
Only when
point.
you become rich with your mindset are those people gonna try to, you know what I mean? People even try to like reach out to me like, yo, let's get together. Let me buy you a coffee so we can talk. There's no benefit for me to do that. I can buy my own coffee. I'm trying to get together with like-minded people. So the reason you don't have rich friends is because you yourself are not rich.
Right.
Until you start providing value and putting that value out there, it's something you actually attract. You're gonna attract those people to you. It's not gonna be by hitting them up and offering to buy them coffee. And yeah, rich people don't chill with broke people. They
Yeah.
have the concept that you're the average of the 5 people you spend your time around. So if you got 4 millionaires and they're kicking it with you, then that's very questionable.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with that. So let's see. Let's see. So, can you talk to them a little bit about your business? I know you have a business in Atlanta. You want to talk more about that, like what you do here, so they know that you're not just, you know, investing money in Liberia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I do over here is I'm in the automotive business. So I have a inspection station in Georgia. We got to do these like smog tests when people buy the cars, or they're trying to renew their tags annually. They need these tests. So I run that kind of station. I had 3 of those stations before, but I downsized. I only have one primary location now. We also have a shop on the south side of Atlanta that me and my cousin, we do automotive repairs. I buy and sell cars. I'm a dealer, a licensed dealer. I've been a dealer for 6 years. So I go to the auctions, I sell the cars. Either people tell me what cars they're looking for, even though I don't do that kind of business no more. I really, I rent my cars out. I lease, rent cars, and then when I'm done with them, I sell them. So now that the Africa came into the picture, what I'm trying to do is buy cars that I can send to Africa, like cars that people want, like those Toyota RAV4 Highlanders. I've sold a lot of those cars for a cheap price without really knowing what people pay in Liberia for those. Like when I was in Africa, when I was in Sierra Leone, I was renting a 2003 Nissan Xterra for like $40 a day. I personally sold cars like that for like 3,500, 3,000. If I would have known that I could have sent this car to Africa and somebody would be riding around, I could even get a driver in it and things like that, man, I would have been did that. But it wasn't to the point that I went over there and I realized that, man, these certain cars are more valuable over here, especially like the car everybody called Jeep over there. At first, I was like, why everybody want Jeep? They consider everything a Jeep. Yeah, any truck they say Jeep. So when people keep saying you got Jeeps, I'm like, yo, what is it with Jeeps? Why do people love Jeeps? But when they say Jeep, they just mean truck. Any truck could be a Nissan Xterra, Honda Pilot, CRV, Toyota Highlander, RAV4. So these cars are in heavy demand in West Africa. So when I start shipping, I'm gonna be targeting those cars. But to answer your question right now, I'm just in the automotive space. I just got into YouTube about a year ago. And you know, I'm trying to take the influencer route. You know, maybe one day even be a public speaker, motivational speaker. Who knows?
Yeah. I count on you to do that. Um, Okay, so he said that's a good idea. What she said that's a good idea. She's Miss Alice TV from I think in Liberia. So already doing a great job. Liberia is the future, guys. Absolutely, Miss Deborah. I am from the Caribbean. I visited Liberia in July. I bought land up in Marshall. The
Mm.
issue of having a realistic business-minded, serious partners from Liberia. Can we start a business group? Stefan, so you can speak to that.
Yeah, what
So
business
this
is
is
she
a
involved in?
he wants to, well, he purchased a land in Marshall. His issues is having realistic business-minded partners.
Right.
So I don't know
Yeah.
if
So
he owns, but
that's what we trying to start over here.
yeah,
So at this phase right here, it's just a lot of talking, a lot of talking. You can't just expect every relationship to start off with just actions, actions,
right,
action.
right, right.
We have to be together on the same page first, and that evolves into the people who are action takers. They come to the step two, but a lot of people don't even pass that step one. So this is what we're trying to do with the live. Anything that Emma suggests, if we could start some kind of group or something like that, I told her I'm
Yeah,
very interested in because I just
yeah,
don't know a lot of Liberians that are trying to do the stuff that I'm trying to do. Like I
yeah,
said, everybody I'm surrounded by, they're not investing in Liberia at all. They have an interest if somebody else can do it and show them a proven concept. But I don't
mm-hmm.
got time to go down the route by myself to try to prove something to them. I'm not on an ego trip. I want to team up with people who's already doing it. And to the people who are not doing it, we're more like the students. So like right now, Emma's on the ground. We got to learn from her, regardless of her age, her gender. She's doing something that we're trying to do. So we have to learn from her. As we're learning, um, what I plan to bring to the table is going to be maybe some things that she's not experienced with, she hasn't thought about, she hasn't done. So that's where I come, I bring to the table, I offer my value, and I share those resources with her. And so
Yeah,
that's how you build the community. But as far as the platform, I mean, throw some ideas out there. Let's see where we can build a platform to actually connect and start the talking phase. But yeah, I think it's definitely something that needs to get started. And once we start doing it, a lot of other people are going to jump on. And I love seeing other people that's not from Africa be interested because at the end of the day, we all came from that area right there, that West Africa area. The roots and the history are so deep in that area that we all have to honor it and pay homage.
absolutely. Very, very, very key points. So yeah, you can definitely contact us. We've been discussing mobilizing a group for Burraville, but this is like a bigger movement. So definitely you can contact us for further discussion. Like sweet Liberia, let's make Liberia sweeter by investing. Absolutely. That's a very good point. We call it data, part of your sister. We are on the ground here, are happy about investments. Okay. The question is, can we start putting some plans in place now for us, the serious-minded people that are seriously forward, looking forward to move on and stop talking? Let's form a group. So like you said, it's a gradual process, right? And whenever I talk to him about like the Burraville group, this is beyond just Burraville. This these are we are in the planning phase of this whole project. I would consider it a project that we are trying to do. We the first phase is to feel people out to see what it is that other people want to do, and then in essence forming that group. So if you have anything else to add to his question, because he wants us to start the group right now as we speak.
You said somebody want to start it right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say I would encourage that when people we start in the groups, but we need people to learn off. So like we know
Yeah.
you got agriculture, right? But we can't jump into other ventures without having those people to show us the right way. Even
Yeah.
a lot of things that Emma mentioned when I watched her agriculture video, a lot of people mention agriculture to me, but they never mention all those things that the business could go wrong. So Liberian people, you got notorious for this. Everybody got an opinion. Sometimes if you don't know something, if you never done it, then you're not in a position to teach it, and you're definitely not in a position to lead other people who are investing money. Because what you do by doing that, you make a bad taste in somebody's mouth. Now they don't want to invest nothing with nobody else.
Yeah.
So we need people who are already doing it. So like Emma is in agriculture, she's the person to learn that from. We learn that from her. Um, any other things that she do, like she's still learning the building right now, but she has other people above her that every time I ask her something, she said, let me go and ask these people so we can learn from them. I personally want to get into the heavy machinery business. I want to know about those bobcats, those rock crushing machines, the block molders. I want to see by owning those things, can I save on developing my own properties, especially since I plan on developing on a mass scale? How much money would it save me in paying for sand as opposed to me having my own sand? Now, I know about those things a little more in Sierra Leone because I have a friend over there and we've been investing in Sierra Leone. So I know the numbers, but I'm not familiar with it in Liberia. But if somebody is and they have knowledge of that from experience, not hypothetical, then yes, you're very valuable to the group and you could show us and, we just bring it in. But what we don't want is people's ego to be like, oh, yeah, I can do that. Yeah. Back in the day, I helped my mom build this foundation. And I can do that. Like, nah, y'all were throwing sawdust. Like my brother, they told me back in the day, the property had water on it. So they were trying to, what we would do is throw dirt on it, right? Sand, dirt. They're throwing sawdust on the water, sawdust. Back then, they don't know that wood molds in water. So after a while, that wood is going to be nothing, right? Yeah. So some of y'all got experience because your mom and dad worked you to work on your property, but y'all not real contractors. Y'all not builders. So we need real experience. So if you have that experience, if it's not an area that anybody's talking about, then yes, please come up to the table. Yeah, we really need that because I want to know about all these businesses. And I'm not going to lie to you and say, I know about car business, but I don't know about car business in Liberia. I don't know how much it costs to clear my car. I don't know what's a good price to ship to Liberia. I have ideas, but because I never did it, I can't speak from experience. So I'm not going to throw somebody else off by giving them false information.
Yeah, absolutely. What are your contacts, brother? There's this guy named David. He's asking for a contact.
Yeah, so I can tell him to shoot his email down there, and I'll just send him an email. Because I only want people, who are interested in what I'm saying to reach out. I don't want spam mail and people trying to sell me wigs and hairs and all that. So leave your email. I'll reach out to you. And we can go from there. Like I said, my plan is next year. I do have a couple cars I want to ship, even though I don't have an actual property, but I have people over there that have locations to say I can keep it over there. And like I said, those are just for personal use. Because when I came to Liberia, I had to pay my driver every day, and his car didn't have no AC. And I told myself that, as I keep coming back to Liberia, I'm going to keep making my situation a little bit better. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, if I can get my own place and my own car, I'll be able to go back and forth freely at least a few times a year. So I'm going to be shipping next year. But I'll share that with you guys. Anything I learned or along the way, any obstacles you might have, who are the right people to deal with, I'll share that with you guys. So because one thing, nobody knows how much it costs to clear a car. But the thing I find so weird about the whole situation, once the car over there, you have no choice but to clear it, right? So it's good to have that knowledge beforehand. When you ask people, hey, this car, how much it costs to clear it? I don't know. It depends. So when you get over there, what did they say? Okay, 5,000. What are you gonna say? No, turn the ship around, bring it back. You got to pay that 5,000.
That's why the properties are left at the port and they start to complain. There's a problem at the port that a lot of them don't understand. We have a lot of documentation errors at the port. Liberians who are shipping, they don't fill out the right info, and they lose on so much money. The cars are left there, the containers are left there. I have a fellow who works at Bolari at the port. He went over the details and I read the file. The file is so large in terms of what people have to do, but they don't follow. That's why a lot of Liberian containers the containers are left at the port. And then they cry and they have to, it's just too much. And they say, I will never ship again. But because you have not read the fine print, you don't know the procedure to clear your stuff. And it's just chaotic. So when they will call me, I just refer them to him. And then he will walk people through steps. And so as far as some of the cars, it's contingent on the price of the year of the car. So if a car is 2013, the price to clear it will be different from a car that is 2006. So, those information are out there and a lot of people don't know.
Right.
Let's start exchanging our contacts. Okay, good. So you can put your email down there, and he will definitely respond back to you. Can you tell me how much you charge for leasing your land that you want to lease?
That's the same person.
Yep.
Oh my god. Wait. What exactly do you want to do with the land? Because the one I have over there, what I have is I have an acre in Brewville, and I have another acre that me and my cousin, we got the lands next to each other, and we're in the automotive business. So what we're thinking of doing is maybe building like a warehouse where we can store some cars. But again, because I don't want to throw that neighborhood off by doing like commercial stuff and making it look crazy. When I say warehouse, I'm not talking about 100 cars parked outside. I don't want to do that to any of you guys because that's a very annoying in America. Anything that I do in that neighborhood will be very professional. So if I do a warehouse where I'm keeping my cars, it's not going to be an eyesore. It's not going to have a bunch of parts just sitting everywhere. So people come in the neighborhood, they don't want to build a house there because they're like, oh, this guy, that's why in America they have like code enforcement. They tell you what you can do and can't do. So since we don't have that in America, like I'm saying that the land we're using right there is going to be a warehouse where we can store different things, cars and parts, but it's going to be in a manner that is not an eyesore, that's not affecting other people's property. But when we exchange contacts and stuff, I feel like the information we share got to be beneficial to everybody. Let everybody hear it too. So like, I don't want us to just go off this platform. Me and you share information. Emma don't know, other people can't. That's why we're talking about a community. Like anything that me and Emma are discussing right now, you guys are listening, is beneficial for everybody listening, as opposed to me and you talking one-on-one. And those people, I have to go repeat it to Emma. I got to go tell this person. I got to go tell that person. So that's my plan. But for the person keep asking about leasing land, yeah, put some information. What exactly you trying to do? I only have that 1 acre, but at the end of the day, I'm a businessman. If the numbers are right and what you're trying to do in that area matches our overall objective, then that might be something I'll look into. Or I could talk to a few of my partners about as see that as an investment. But one of those properties that I get, or probably, like I said, I'm gonna keep buying some until you guys buy them all up. I do want to have my personal house over there, somewhere that I can call home in Liberia. But then if I got a few other properties scattered around for rental properties or whatever it is, then I want to have those too, because I want to diversify. So be specific what it is you're trying to do with the land, put it out there, and let's see if we can come together with an agreement.
Yep, there you have it. He is in what does he say? He is in Richmond. Okay, Richmond, Chesterfield area. Any idea? Leave your contact, please. Okay. Any ideas? Leave your contact. Okay. Contacted the Liberian embassy in DC about these same issues. Same business idea. Sorry. Up to this day, the embassy did not reach out back to me, so we have to come together to make this happen. Okay.
What the embassy would do that?
What specifically are you contacting the embassy for?
The people don't even pick up their phone.
The people in New York are more responsive. I actually know somebody who works there.
DC?
They're more responsive. DC, they're not very much responsive. So, but my question is, what are you contacting the embassy about? Good job, guys. Somebody said. Okay, so he says, I am a mechanical engineer, the guy who wants to form this group. I am a mechanical engineer. I am into technology. I'm in the process of setting up businesses in solar energy. Good. I have a guy. He lives in Jersey. He's into that too. So we can all, and like I said, we're having a movement taking place before our eyes. Businesses in solar energies, electrical services. I want to also start a general supplies hardware stores. Okay.
Yeah, solar is huge. Solar. I'm surprised when I heard the power that comes to those countries, Liberia and Sierra Leone. They say it comes from Senegal.
Okay, some comes from Ivory Coast. Yeah, some come from Ivory Coast and Senegal. Yeah.
Look at that. Why? With all the land we have in Liberia, right? Nobody can create no solar farm. So that's a great opportunity that in itself right there. I see people use solar in different ways. I'm sure there's a lot of profit to be made off that. but just addressing the issue that, you know, the power can be bad in these countries. So solar is very useful. I'm looking into solar farming, and that will be the land right now that people aren't talking about, the lands that are far out where you can get cheap. So yeah, solar is huge in that country. That's definitely one of the things I'm looking at. And all my properties are going to be solared out. So if you see them all, they're going to have the panels on the roof, because I ain't with no generator. Y'all power go off, y'all got that loud generator putting the gas in it. I ain't with all that. We gotta shout in the house to hear each other. Nah, I'm doing solar over there. So if you can get some panels in, I don't know what the prices are, but I heard the Chinese are selling it kind of cheap. I think the direct source in China, and China is gonna play an important role over here, because a lot of the stuff comes from there. So in the next few years, I personally plan on going to China and creating those relationships and seeing what I can actually bring back. And solar is one of those things that I want to get on a huge scale, not only for my own properties and my development, like the resort, the hotel I got planned, my own personal house, but to see how we can make money off solar farms, or how we can even power up like the area in Brewerville. Let's say when everybody, the land's already sold, people already start building, we come together saying how we're going to build roads. The next thing is street lights. Those streets in Liberia and Monrovia that don't have street lights, that's creepy. We don't live without that in America. When I came there, they're like, oh, man, you might hurry up, go inside the house. So their country not like your country. We ain't got no lights here. I'm like, damn, man, these people don't got, like, and then the smallest street light, they put a street light on one street, and people are like glorifying that. You know what I mean? People glorifying the street lights, but it's something that we can get together and do. That area in Brewerville, for it to be complete, for it to be the neighborhood that other people look on as an example, yes, we're going to need lights, and it only makes sense to have solar lights. We're going to have them on the streets, maybe every 20, 30 feet apart, with a little solar panel on the top, and it's going to light up the whole street. It's going to light up the neighborhood.
Yep. And that's part of the reason I keep talking about Barovia, because that's our start. That's our starting point. Yeah, I have properties on Robertsfield Highway. I have properties in Belmines, and I have stuff going on in Bummy, and it's expensive. But I want this to be a model example for everyone looking to really do something in Liberia. So Miss Alice TV said we are still importing peppers from Guinea. Oh yes, girl. The reason really why I got into agriculture, two reasons. One, because I know the food shortage, right? And then as I'm doing my research, and I came across the fact that pepper that a lot of you cool people can eat. I mean, you cool people, y'all can eat pepper, and y'all bringing pepper from other countries to Liberia is very sad. So this is part of the reason why agriculture, I started the agriculture movement. Started with egg and chicken eggs. You guys saw my poultry, and we're supplying eggs in Bami and Douala area, and so now we're going into pineapple processing, pineapple juicing. Who knows where that can go beyond these two things that are being done? But yeah, how does a country that has rich soil, um, you know, import pepper? It's still very puzzling. So this is the reason why we need to really go back on agriculture and see how best we can invest.
You know,
Yeah,
Liberian people can eat pepper with everything.
yeah, they still bring in the country from Guinea. Can
That's
you
amazing.
imagine?
I just wrote that down. I didn't know that. That's an
Yeah.
important.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. Another thing a fellow coming from North Carolina he wants to do is onion. He wants to mass produce onions. I
And
think
where the onions coming from?
they're getting it from like other countries. Africa. It's crazy if you really see the numbers for import versus export. You're gonna cry. Actually, it hurts that we're not producing. We are not manufacturing things. It's very sad, and I think that's why we're having these conversations to change the narrative of everything else that's happening.
Yeah, and a
A
lot of
lot of
times
this
I think people
luxury.
too in those countries, the people that were farmers on those farmlands, because they don't control the price of their crops, it's not worth it for them to do that. So what they're actually trying to do is everybody trying to come to the city. Everybody want to be close to Monrovia, and they rather go and sell goods. But we're gonna start seeing a change in the next decade or so, because like I was just telling Emma, Bill Gates, the largest owner of farmland, all of a sudden. Why? Why this man the farmland? It's because now that we actually need um, the food is scarce because
Right.
especially in Africa, people are trying to get to the city. But it's not saying that it's not worth it because these people have a hold on the game, right? Because they come to the farmers and they tell them what they're going to pay. Like, I'm going to pay you that. Because these farmers are not educated. They don't know anything about numbers. They need the money to feed their family.
Yeah.
So they're not really in a position to even kind of bargain. But if we approach the market from a different stance and say, we have these peppers, rice, onions, and this is the price for it, you're not going to come in here and tell us what you're going to pay. Like, this is the price. We're just going to start selling in our own country. And then when you start feeling the strain, then you're going to have to reach out to us. So that's how that game works. It might not be worth it for the poor farmers, but a collective group of entrepreneurs, yes, that's a different case.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. So, that's a very valid point that you made as well. She does also said light is a luxury. We're used to it. We,
I know that
we keep
now.
going back to, yeah, yeah. I contacted the DC embassy about the investment incentives for people that are looking to invest in the country of Liberia. Are the Liberian government serious about rebuilding the country? Absolutely, they are. But at what pace they're going, that's the question. It becomes very questionable. That's why, like on my other live, yesterday or day before yesterday, I was saying that we have to mobilize as investment group. Okay, this is the only way people are going to listen. You have to come in as a group, armed group of people, looking to make a difference. So that when you say let's talk, you have higher influence than when you go by yourself. You don't, because you're not really contributing as much. But if you come as a group with not just financial strength, but here, to contribute, people are going to listen to you. And that's the narrative I would like us to change. And in order for us to move this country the way in which we want to move it, instead of relying on the government and waiting for the government to do this, that's why in every nation they have the private sector. That's why they have a private sector. Um, so we can look into that, and I see that you're very curious, and we can definitely, I'm willing to talk to you and see how best you can be a part of this movement that we're starting. Again, like I said, we're starting it gradually. You don't want to go so much with high speed until you go over capacity and things don't work for you. But we want to make sure we're taking this easy, getting to know each other's skills and attitude, because this is integrity. I'm not about to work with people who are just funny games. So we get to know each other gradually and help the country. Onions from Ivory Coast and Guinea. She knows Miss Alice TV.
Onions
She
from Ivory Coast and Guinea.
Yeah, she knows these little things we're supposed to be producing ourselves are coming from Guinea. Absolutely, she's so right. Absolutely, they're coming from there, especially pepper. I knew about pepper, and I shook my head about that. I was like, really, we're still looking for pepper in another country, unacceptable behavior. Um,
Hmm. Sad.
onions. Okay, she said the light in Ganta is more reliable than the light in Monrovia. Again, Alice TV, please. You're in Liberia, right? I assume you're in Liberia. She's saying exactly what it is the truth. Unfortunately, and I think also what people fail to understand, outside of more of it, there's some stability in lights, because I went to Kakata. I went to do some assessment in Kakata. After Habel, you go to Kakata, Bong Mines, and all those houses are powered. There's electricity. And you go to Monrovia, the capital city that everybody wants to live, segment of it don't even have stable electricity. Most of it don't even have stable electricity. So in those areas, like the Kakata area, or like some other places that you mentioned, like people are operating on solar.
Hmm.
So when Akon had that movement and the solar panels and all that, he went to the rural areas to supply some of those
Right. Right.
solar
Right.
panels, not even Monrovia. So, but that's part of the reason why some of those places are electrified. Liberia, in Liberia, everything to the government. I don't want to talk politics here, but I think the people need to come from the private sector. If we are coming in, we have to arm ourselves with knowledge, with resources. That's the only way, because if you look at the Indian communities, that's what they do. they show you like this is what I can do for the country. This is where my money is going, right? Although they could say, well, I take my money out of the country, but like it's evident they have to put new structures down. They have to contribute to the economy, right? You have to show that what it is that you're doing. What are you contributing to the government? If you want to think about it, you have to see it from that perspective. So they have community events like the president of Blue Crest. Blue Crest is the university, is the IT university, technology university in Liberia. It's Indian owned. And some of the conversations we have is just the ability to come together as a unit. That's how people listen to them. So all these government officials, you want them to listen and do this and do that. Yeah, you think that's their responsibility, of course. However, you do have a bigger influence. You're Liberian, you are an investor, or perhaps come together as investment group. Then people are going to listen to you. Yeah. So anyway, any other questions? Yeah, I think this conversation has been productive. Any other questions that people have? Please do that. He's on here. He's going to be a Brewerville neighbor. You guys are all going to be in Brewerville, and we're going to make sure that that area is nice. People have jobs, opportunities, and people are going to see the example that we're going to set in that area, and then in essence looking to do the same in other areas of the country. With the construction company, I have been seeing a lot of plans come in from Mount Barkley. I don't know why everybody is going to Mount Barkley,
What
but
is
that's
that?
an area
Mark
too.
Barkley?
Mount
Oh, Mount Barkley.
Barkley. Yeah, so a lot of people are yeah, the plans that we received and the assessment we've done on those lands. I'm like, whoa, this is maybe I should take a look at this community. More
Oh,
people are
really?
building in that area, so
Oh,
that's
okay.
another way for them to strategize. Not only that we as a construction company are working with them, but I want to be able to say, hey, you're in this area, this is your neighbor. You guys like to come together as a group, just like we're doing for Brewerville. That's another area too that becomes a developed area. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm doing that too. We have influx of people building in Marshall. I feel some type of way about it. However, we can still mobilize and get that going.
Now, what do you think about those fences over there? Those, I know it's with Liberia, everybody want these huge wall like fences, but I talked to Emma about that, and the property over there, I don't think I'm gonna do the traditional Great Wall of China. Is this an eyesore? I feel like I want to do something that's more aesthetically pleasing to that. So that's where I'm in talks with Emma about. So maybe some of you guys that are in that community too in Brewerville, maybe think about the same thing. How can we get away from that traditional, just solid block looking wall? It just doesn't add anything nice to the neighborhood. I'm trying to figure out ways where I can still protect my property. Which one of the things Emma told me, even her apartments and stuff, she has security systems on those actual on the premises. But I'm trying to figure out different ways so I don't have to be inside my compound and feel like I'm secluded. I want to somehow feel like I'm part of the neighborhood as a whole. So I'm gonna be looking at alternatives besides those great huge 10-foot walls.
Yeah, part of that's good because I think most times people believe that having those long 10-foot walls or it helps more for protection. It's going to protect my house from criminals and other stuff, but there will always be alternative to that. Security systems. If you look at this property, the Kenny Jack Hotel, they don't have such a big wall, right? But when you go to the entrance, there's a security booth that will allow you to go in. They have security, and that's something that can always be put in place. My own property, I have alarms. So by the time you touch a door, and then we have sensors, light sensors on the floor. By the time you step there, the lights come on, and then the alarms. Once you touch the window or whatever it is that you touch, the alarm comes on, and obviously that drives people away. So there are things still that you can do to protect your property. Some people are just more fearful than others, and some people are more risk takers. And
I'll throw an idea out there. If we can next time when I go to the property, if we can look for one lot that's considered maybe at the beginning of the neighborhood or somewhere strategic, I feel like for the price of one lot, if enough people came together, like let's say everybody throwing $100, whatever, we can even plan on building a little security spot where we could pay a security guard, 2 guards to work 2 shifts, and the amount the people getting paid a month, that would be like pennies for us every month. But then we have a security guard. Even if we want to add cameras around there to just have them in there, that's what these neighborhoods are doing now. You see a lot of them in Ghana. They have a central secure unit where they have officers. They ride on golf carts. They can patrol or whatever. They can watch your property. And I feel like, it's like when I do build my community in the future, like I'm pretty much implementing all those things right now because I've seen some Ghanaians do the very same thing, even on YouTube. They build communities. It's a gated community, but there's a security guard over there. And those people don't even have fences. Their neighborhoods look like in America. When you come in America, if you see somebody build a fence around their house, it's a small picket fence. It's not blocking you from seeing inside or none of that, because that would be very, very strange over here if you see a big, huge wall. It just doesn't look good. So most of the time, these communities, they're on the same page to try to make sure that your property is not an eyesore for somebody else. So everybody's free to do what they want to do. But I feel like instead of building your great, huge wall, if we come together collectively and say, okay, we're going to buy 1 lot for the security post, and in the future, we'll make a budget for, even if you say your budget $500 a month, but we have 30, 40 people, that's nothing. That's a few dollars. That'd be the equivalent of paying $10, $5 a month for security in your community. That's a very little amount of money, but you have to remove that mental block of thinking, first, why am I going to pitch in on a property that's not exactly mine? Second, why am I going to pay every month for something, even if it's only $20, to if I could just build my great big wall? So these are a lot of the mentalities we're trying to break by doing these conversations, because I promise you, people in America, when they're getting together to build these things, or even business people, like they're putting these things out there, like they're spending this money and they're collectively making a plan. Not everybody just selfishly, oh no, that person, I ain't say giving $20, I ain't say giving that $50 because it's not going towards me. That's a very selfish mentality. If you ask me right now to kick in for something that's going to benefit the whole community, like that's a no-brainer. Eventually, we're going to have the same, we're going to be at the same crossroads where we got to fix roads. Now, the road, we fixing the roads is beneficial to all of us, but we have to all come together, because if I say I will fix my own road outside my street, then what about your road in the front? Who's going to do those things, So if we collectively come together, I feel like we can get those things done. And the government is not doing that for you. They're not building your roads. They're not securing your spot. So I think that's the wrong people to look at for a solution. It hasn't worked all these years. In America, people are working. It's the economics is different over here, right? They promote businesses and entrepreneurs. They promote investors. Without investors coming into this country, or people spending money to buy properties and open businesses, this country would not be anything. So it's removing that mental block. We have to come together. You might spend a little bit of money that might not directly benefit you, but in the grand scope of things, it will benefit you.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because it just made me to remember 2016 when I went back to Liberia. I met up with a friend who has apartment duplexes in the rehab area, and her thing was to make sure that the trash were collected and removed from the neighborhood, just so that it's clean, free of mosquitoes and other problems. And I did a consultation package for her, and I said part of it I included that he charged the people who were renting the $3 per month for garbage collection. And at first it's like, you think they're going to pay it. And I said, what benefit does it gain for them, right? The place is going to be clean, the garbage is going to be collected, they don't have to go anywhere, you can pay someone to take the trash. And she thought about it. She was like, I'm going to make a proposal. Do you want to come with me to the meeting? I said, no, I'm not. But she went and pitched it to all these people who were renting. Her place was always rented out. It was nice area in rehab, and she pitched it to them. They were all very welcoming of the idea. What is $3 per month that you're paying for trash to be collected every Saturday? So the same concept applies. If we all want the community to be secure, guess what? We put some money together, get that security boot, make sure we hire some security so the neighborhood is protected. We have to set examples. But having like a grid wall of China everywhere you go, it's just not aesthetically pleasing, and it's not cool. So somebody said in Liberia, everything's, yeah, that's government. Okay. how can you get investors? That's what he's asking.
How can we personally get investors?
Hmm.
Well, investors well, a seasoned investor goes off numbers, goes off
Hmm.
what you already got. They don't go off hypothetical.
Yeah.
The people that you put something together and you say, hey, I'm going to do this in the future, give me this money now. Those are more people that you have a relationship with, maybe your friends or your family. And at the end of the day, they're really investing in you as a person. They're not investing in the project because that project hasn't even existed yet. So right now, I'm not trying to get investors, but the point that I will be trying to get investors is when my property's coming together. I got a couple
Hmm.
of businesses on the ground. I
Hmm.
got a couple of cars on the ground. I start making my own YouTube channel. Then I could show, okay, this is what we're doing. We're involved over here. We're chicken farming. We got the solar plant over here. We got this land where we plan on growing onions and peppers because all the onions and peppers are coming from Guinea and Ivory Coast. So this is what we're doing. This is the amount of onions and peppers that Liberians eat. So we're trying to do this. We're filling the demand. So that's how you go about getting investors. A seasoned investor with some money and looking to make a profit is not going to invest in you with nothing to actually show, hoping that you can somehow pull these things together and make them some money. And another thing with investors too, you got to be willing to get that thing started right away. A
Yeah.
lot of times people are not trying to wait for 2-3 years to get some money. So
Yeah.
you got to be right there with your finger on the trigger. And the investor money is like the bullets. You put the bullet in, you just start firing. It's not something you take that money, you sit it, it's in your bank account, you still putting your plans together. No, that's not how investments work. So even a lot of people in Africa mention this to me, can I get investors? I'm saying I got to have something on the ground first, already moving, and then I take their money to spin the wheel faster. I can't try to take their money to try to form the wheel and the formation because then one little mistake and everything falls apart. And now your integrity is up for question.
Yep. Yep.
The money is, hopefully not lost. And it all goes into what we touched on before, having experience with it. You can't take investor money into a sector or new business that you have no experience with, trying to chance and risk people money. That's not how that works. So you have to get familiar with the game first and then try to get investors. But that time is going to come. And guess what? We're going to have so many investors that we're not even going to have to
Yeah.
look for investors. People are going to be hitting us up. Email full. Everybody want to get in. People trying to throw you money, do this, do that. So that's the point when you know you're ready for investors. When people keep reaching out to you, trying to give you that money, it's not really going to be something that you go out there and say, come invest with me. You get out there, you show people what you're doing, you show them the opportunities, what they're missing out on, and they reach out to you.
Yeah, and also too, investment is not just about projections, okay? They want to see like what you've invested into the business yourself, right? And how they can get the money back in profit. That's what it is. I'm not going to invest in something that or maybe is going to grow, but yeah, what have
Right.
you actually put in? Where are you? The pineapple business that I mentioned to you guys, it takes a year for pineapple to harvest. And after you harvest the pineapple, it grows and grows, and you're no longer waiting for a year for that to harvest. That's why we're starting in October with 50,000 pineapple sockets. So in order for the investors to be convinced, you have to show the money you put into the business on when they're going to get the investment back and at what percentage they're going to get the investment back. You have to be very seasoned before presenting stuff to people. And then secondly, after you get your package together, you start your business and there's an example, something that someone can see, then you go and pitch your business to people who are like-minded, perhaps people who are looking for opportunities to invest. I didn't go to Chelsea and just, oh, Chelsea, I've been thinking about this, come on board. And I didn't go to the gentleman Will that also invested in this pineapple business. Like, hey, well, I'm thinking, oh, the pineapples idea sound good. Oh, no, I've already started it. I already purchased 50 acres of land. Then I came and presented my proposal. The claim, all of that has been completed already. And then I pretty much provided the math. Okay, this is what I've invested. This is the projection based on per pineapple, how much a large pineapple costs, how much a smaller, medium pineapple costs. And if you're going to do production, this is how much it's going to be. You discuss all of that. You just don't go telling people put your money. It's a risk that people are taking risk, and you have to provide a return. And so you have to get your numbers together, and you have to get your plan in place. I am also coming back to do. Okay, hold on. I'm also coming back home to do some assessments on where to invest. Okay, good. Liberia is so rich, it's so sad. We are depending on other nations for basic commodities. Absolutely. It hurts my heart every single day that we have to import certain things. The reason I got into egg production, like I said, you guys, the agriculture, is because I go to ERA supermarket. I talk to the Lebanese guy, and they say, yeah, we got the eggs from the Hollands. I'm like, so you're getting eggs from Europe? Like how? Like I'm still not understanding. So the goal is to really mass produce, right? But mass producing, you have to have the right team. I'm not I didn't get my degree in agriculture. I don't have much experience in agriculture, but I have ideas in business. So I have to get somebody who has ideas in agriculture, who also have idea in egg production, from start. Then we'll formulate the business and we'll move forward. And that's what it is. I don't have ideas in pineapple processing. However, me and Chelsea were armed to go into juice processing in the US, okay? So and getting that skills from getting the knowledge and skills from people who are experienced here, conducting different farms in the US. I have partners in Mexico that I speak with. They are heavily involved into farming. I have a guy in Kenya, Peter, who is into vertical farming. I learned so much from these people, and I'm like, okay, this is the business I can go into. So you have to arm yourself and be ready to get the ball rolling, but again, at a strategic stance. So it's good that you're going to do your assessment. Before you do anything in Liberia, anywhere you are, you have to do an assessment, a needs assessment, a cost analysis assessment. All those things have to be done. So I'm glad that DJ, Auntie, you're going back home to do some investments, because it's the commodities. We shouldn't be getting it from Guinea. I'm telling you. Okay, so how are you getting your feed? We are producing our own feed. I think this is something I talked about on my channel. When you're into agriculture, such as like the poultry business, majority of your money is spent on the feed, because if you feed your birds, that's how they're going to produce egg for you every single day. If you don't feed your bird and you have lack in feeding them, you're not going to produce. So if you have 5,000 birds, you're going to produce 5,000 eggs per day because you feed them well. However, it's high capital intense because they have to eat 3-4 times a day. So you're asking yourself, like, how do I get my feed? Initially, we're getting it from the company called Brack. I shared the info, like I said, because I'm okay with healthy competition. I don't really care. We get it from Brack. We got it from Brack, and then we realized it will be more cost effective if we start to produce our own feed, right? So that's when we start producing our own feed. So this person said, I have a YouTube channel, but Liberia. Okay, I will check it out. And that'll be good. A lot of people are here. Stefan, they don't want to go. I think they enjoy you talking about, about investing, and so they don't want to leave this channel. So I don't know what else to say to guys.
Tell us how you make your own feed.
So we make our own feed. My guy, Kevin, my partner, he's like I said, he has extensive experience as it relates to agriculture. So the main ingredient for feed is maize, which is corn. See, the issue is corn is not produced in Liberia. So you have to ask yourself, where do I go to get corn? Guinea.
Dang, Guinea got everything.
Yeah, Guinea got stuff when it comes to agriculture. So you ask yourself, how do I get corn? And you get it from Guinea. And those guys, they bring the corn and they sell it. And mind you, a bag of corn can it sells for $75. And we're talking about 100 kilograms. So somebody's selling corn for like $75. That's even a negotiated price right there.
$75 per 100 kilograms?
Yeah. So our next move we've discussed, and I'm sharing some of my business plans with you guys, ideas with you guys, is that we are now in the market for a farmland for plant our own corn. So yeah, so you plant your own corn, you're able to produce 20 bags of feed out of the corn that you plant. This all kind of formula though, because you need other ingredients such as ostrich shells. You need other like kernels ingredients. You also need soybean. You need that. So that you have to combine all these ingredients, and you also need wheat, the wheat bran. You need wheat bran of feed in order for you to add that and combine that and make the feed. My point here is, it was gradually. We purchased. We did a cost analysis that don't really add up. Let's get corn and produce our own feed. And then now, how do we mass produce and start to sell to other people? Is to have our own corn farm. And corn and takes 3 to 6 months to produce. So these are things that you got to know. And I'm sitting there, and people don't even have corn farm in Liberia. It's very sad. And the soil is there. It grows in dry weather, and
Is there
also
a
it
reason
grows.
why?
I don't know. People don't think the same reason why we don't have we have very few people in Liberia supplying eggs. It's sad. Our price is sad. Um. So yes, we can also grow corn in Liberia. But how many people are growing it? I live in Liberia and a YouTuber too. Okay, Miss Alice TV. Sounds good.
Which one is
Sounds
it?
good. Alice. She said
Alice
she
TV.
yeah, Alice TV. Yeah.
Okay, I think, do I know that one?
Yeah, she sounds so familiar. I
It does.
sounds familiar actually. Um. Okay. So yeah, any other questions that you guys have, we can respond to it. As always, as you mentioned, if I don't know any of the response to your question, trust me, I always redirect it to somebody else. Um,
Yeah, maybe you can throw it out there. Maybe we do one of these regularly, couple weeks, something like that.
yeah,
If people are down, and uh, we try to figure out a platform where we can actually pull these together. I think right now, what's important, so the same people don't keep coming on every time. We got to tell other Liberians about it. Hey, there's
yes,
these people doing these weekly, bi-weekly talks. They're talking about, tune in, see what they're talking about. Because if the same people keep listening, then the same people just keep getting the knowledge. But right now, it's like it feels like we're at a morale point where we're trying to build morale.
right,
So we need a lot of people to hear those drums beating too, so it can build it up for them.
yeah,
Um, because this is a mass kind of movement kind of thing. Yeah, we could have a couple people doing corn, doing this, onions, but just imagine if you had 1,000 people, right? And that's even a small amount. I don't know how many Liberians in America, but even I just said 1,000 people can make stuff move. Imagine you talk about 50,000 people, 60,000 people. Now those are changes that the government cannot make. People think the government can do all these things, but it's actually the masses that makes changes. Um, Even in America, the people who follow that order, waiting for the government, just look at what we're going through right now with the COVID,
yeah,
right? Your job tell you can't come to work. The government give you money. As soon as that government money stop, then what? You can't pay your bills. You waiting for them to give you money. So, I mean, it's not a solution anywhere. Not even in Africa, it's the same. In America, the same. The people that wait for the government to try to save them over here, they're usually the ones, hurting or in vulnerable positions. So, we got to create our own destiny. We got to create our own safe haven back home. But we got to change stuff for the whole country, not just change stuff in our own compound. So these talks right here, and obviously the money comes with it. That's how money really works. People think money works by you trading your hours for money, but no, money is a value system. How much value you providing, and these discussions, what we're talking about now, providing crops and things like that on a massive scale, that's massive amounts of value, which because of that comes with massive amounts of profits.
yeah,
But we're not just going into it thinking all profit, but we know we're going to make money in the process. But just imagine how much the country could change if we start producing our own corn, we start producing onions and peppers and eggs and rice, and then
mm-hmm.
next thing you know, maybe we're making cement, we're producing those things. You know what I mean? So it can have a big change on the economy because it's a trickle down effect. Those things bring jobs. When people have jobs, they're spending money in the country. The money is circulating, which means the economy goes up. So that's how it works. We got to get other people in. We can't just be 5, 10 of us
Right, right,
over there, and we all 5, 10 of us, we get rich, but then we look back and the country's still hurting. We can't make a massive change on that kind of scale. So where we would start off, if we're gonna do these every 2 weeks or every few weeks, let's share with other Liberians or
mm-hmm.
other American investors.
Yeah,
Let them come into these talks. In the meantime, if you guys got something to add to it, think about what you can add to the discussion. Think about things that we're not hitting on. I'm sure there's a lot of things the country needs that we're not even aware of, but maybe it knocked on your door at a point, and you want to present it to us, and then maybe by us looking into it further, you could start a chain reaction of something massive by just introducing a new idea or a concept. So I think that's what we need to start off. Just start getting more people on these lives, more people on. So like I've shared it. All the Liberians that I talk to and family members and stuff, I tell them, tune in. This is what we're doing. I share with everything. Like I even tell like all my family, I told them, hey, look, I'm buying property over here. You guys want to buy, you guys want to buy. But you know the crazy thing about America? Nobody got money, right? But next thing you know, hey, somebody got a new car note. Look, they trade their car in. Oh, look, this person got some Jordans, $200, $300. Oh, damn, this person got the new iPhone. I know that costs about $1,300.
Okay, you
When
better
when it comes to buying a piece of land, right? Something that you're gonna pass on to your kids, something that's gonna be there forever, something that could be there like in your whole in the generation. Right. Somebody could say, my great grandfather came back to Africa, bought this land, his kids did this, added on to that. This is why now I have all these things and all these farms and all this lands, and we're making this change for our country. But it started off with this one person, insert name, insert your name here. It started off with this person coming back and making this change that resulted in our family being good for generations. So these are the kind of talks we're talking about. This is the kind of talks you don't hear Africans talk about, or even Liberians. So we're trying to change the narrative, starting with the conversation. So let's all jump on these conversations. Let's all add on. And this is how we start. Once we get enough people, then we can collectively move on to the next phase.
Absolutely. People are liking your talks here, Stefan. So what does she say? I'm so happy people are talking about Liberia. Yes, now I feel Liberia is not the forgotten land. I'm a proud Liberian. Yes, I think more visibility helps, and that comes to some of us. You, Miss Alice TV, Stefan here, and other people, share the link. Let us all engage in positive conversation, solution-based conversation. Negativity and getting on Facebook and talking Liberia is Liberia is that does not solve problems. We have to be a solution-driven society in order for us to help Liberians there and Liberia, because like I said, and like I will continue to say, Liberia does not owe you anything. You owe Liberia a lot because you are in Liberia. Do we all, we have to understand that, and I'm very grateful for you and others who have been talking to me, giving me ideas and wanting to come together as a group for us to really help in this development effort. Like I said, it's a movement, and I'm very grateful for everyone who's part of it and who will become part of it.
Yes, and I can't wait one day, hopefully 5 years or less, when we can all look back and see how this started, when we all got our own homes in Brewerville. Yep. I'm going to invite you guys down to the resort, right? Drinks going to be on the house. We're going to think of how this all started while putting plans together for a future, because this is a lifelong journey. This is something that we can't accomplish in one lifetime, because the damage didn't take one lifetime to be formed. There's like a systematic oppression that even the slaves came back with that mentality, right? And the indigenous people who sold their people off in the first place, those mentalities are still there. That's why when people ask you about Liberia and you tell them Liberia not good or don't do this, what you actually do is you kill the morale. Yeah. Because now that person, unknowingly, they don't know exactly what you meant when you say that, but they're going to tell somebody else. They're going to repeat it. Look how easily a child repeated to me, Liberia is not good. This kid knows nothing about Liberia. If you ask them little stuff like, yo, who's the president of Liberia right now? I guarantee you they don't know. But because they heard it, he heard it from his mother, who is a Liberian. His father's also a Liberian. So I asked him, when are you going to, does your mom have plans on taking you back to Liberia? Because he's 15 years old. Your kids shouldn't be waiting until they're 15 to go back to Liberia. Like, my son gonna be going back as soon as he can sit his little butt on the plane, on the ruckus, he going, right? So for your child to repeat that, Liberia is no good, then you're doing the country a disservice. Yeah. You're creating false propaganda, right? Mm-hmm. It's no good because you sit in America and you ain't doing nothing about it. That's why it's no good. It's no good because you don't got no properties over there, right? And even till now, that's why I'm even fighting for some of my mom's property, because I talked to my uncle, and and I need to hear this. Sometimes we don't need stuff to be sugar coated. He's saying for my grandma come back to Liberia, right? Somewhere where she grew up, she was raised, only forced out of that country because of war. Now we come to America. When it's time to go back to Liberia to visit, we don't even own any properties for her to go by. She got to go stay with this person, girlfriend, or down there. That's embarrassing, right? That's embarrassing for me. Like, why am I in America? I got my business, right? That money's not going back to Liberia. I got a nice car. I got all these things, all these fancy stuff that I don't need. But when it's time to go back to Liberia, we don't got a place to stay. We got to ask somebody else to stay with them. Then when they tell you the price of land, $2,000, you suck your teeth, but then you turn around and buy something that costs way more, or you sign up to a payment plan, a 10-year loan, right? So these are some of the things right there that we're creating that false propaganda. So if you're not going to contribute to that, which I hope everybody that's tuning into his live is contributing one way or the other after you heard this. But at least if you're not going to contribute, stop saying negative things like, oh, no, don't go there. Don't trust nobody. Don't do this. Don't do that. Like, you're creating false propaganda, right? That has a vicious cycle because that person goes and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. So we're trying to stop that now. It doesn't work with certain things. Like I said, stop sending money to your family, trying to tell them to buy land for you. These people are living hand to mouth. Don't be sending them $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, right? Let them go and check the land out. Let them check little things out like that without handling money, and let the professionals deal with the money in a professional manner. So start from there, but stop saying Liberia is bad, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. Because guess what? The people in America that tell me stuff like that, I walk away from them. Every time I'm looking at a new business in America, when somebody start breaking down all the negative, I walk away from that person, right? Because that's the mindset that keeps you down. And it goes back to that crab in the barrel mindset, because they themselves couldn't invest in Liberia. They couldn't do that successfully. When you talk about doing it, they're going to try to talk you out of it.
Yeah.
They're not going to want you to do it, because if you accomplish it, you prove to them that they've been BSing the whole time. You prove that to them. You prove that it can be done, which in a sense, you kind of prove them wrong. So they're not going to encourage you, empower you. They want you to stay where they're at with them, and they do it subconsciously without knowing it. And that's a vicious cycle.
Dream killers. Somebody said dream killers. Yeah. And just because you made mistakes here, right? It didn't work out for you. And now for you to relearn and re-strategize, you're going to discourage your brother or sister who's trying to go and do something back home because of your failures that you can actually correct. It's unacceptable, to be discouraging others because of your own failures. Somebody said, okay, let's see. The Liberian peoples, not all of them, need to be educated about these things that will help us move forward. Absolutely. I get frustrated with my contact in Liberia. They are not serious about moving forward. So, what is the solution? You have contacts. What kind of contacts do you have? In Liberia, are you talking about friends? Are you talking about colleagues? Who are some of your contacts?
And that's why a lot of these, we keep having these conversations, we keep forming these groups, and then guess what? In the very near future, you're going to have more contacts to actually choose from. Right now, your contact's not working, but you feel like those are the only people you know, so you have to keep pushing. But what I'm trying to tell you is that not everybody should be given that kind of responsibility. You're only giving them that responsibility because there's nowhere else. So that's, again, what we're trying to change right there. That's a major problem that we identified, and we're trying to change that. So now we're trying to create something so where instead of you giving your money to somebody who, one, is living hand to mouth, but somebody who has no experience with maybe even checking papers in the landmine, maybe they don't even know how to do that.
Yeah.
With the thought of doing that, right, makes them scared, but maybe they won't tell you that. Maybe they'll just lie to you. So yeah, certain people are not good for certain positions. So we're forming that right here. So if we have a network of people we're working with, if that person scam one person, they're scamming all of us, and we're not going to go for it, right? So stop trusting your family members to go out there and buy land for you. There's multiple loopholes in that right there, and usually it doesn't end out good, and you're the one putting the money up, so you're taking all the risk. So that's why this network is very important. By this time next year, we should have people that's doing everything. But now, right now, Emma is here to help us purchase the properties. So we at least need to be a part of that, right? Because these properties are selling fast. in the next month or so, I'll probably look at picking up some more. So that's what I'm doing with my money. My money is being invested. Any money that I do save is like 3 months worth that I need for my expenses. Anything else is a waste, right? The actual dollar in this country doesn't mean anything, fiat money. So if you keep in your money in the bank, right? If it's more than a year's worth of your expenses, you're really killing yourself, because that money is, the money loses value every year. It's called inflation. But if you take that money and invest it in property, your money is actually growing. Even if you don't want to develop that property, which we hope you guys do, we're on this page to try to develop that community. We're not promoting anybody come and put Cornerstone community, whatever like that. But just hypothetically speaking, if you invest in land that you can sell in the future and double and triple your money, your dollars that sit in the bank will never ever double or triple, or nobody will ever pay you interest anything close to that amount. I mean, you getting 0.001% and inflation is 2%. So you do the math.
Right. Doesn't add up. Doesn't add up. Assets. So yeah, so somebody said DJ T said you are right, brother. Those are dream killers. Yes, those who tell you don't go to Liberia to invest, those are dream killers indeed. They only care about themselves due to their own mistakes. Very good point. So
Yeah.
My goal is to, I was just waiting because there are a couple of buyers, and we are probating and surveying the land and all that. Once that's done, I'm going to have a group down, because the number is bigger than I've been anticipating. So then we are going to start the group and have really concrete conversation, development plan within the community, so that we all align together, and see what it is that we can all do as a group, as a unit. And just because maybe you don't have property in Brewerville, you're not left out. I just also want to make this clear, because like I said, this is a movement. It's not just Brewerville that we are investing and looking to modify as far as the surroundings, but we are also looking for serious minded Liberians looking to make a difference. We're not looking for people who are saying, I want to go into politics. We're looking for solutions driven people. So just because you're not in Brewerville, perhaps you have land in Marshall, or you have your house somewhere else, doesn't mean you can be a part of this group. It's just we talk more because we want to make this community an example setting community. That's where a lot of our emphasis on Brewerville, and also because I do sell land in that area that is guaranteed, and that's why we talk about Brewerville as well, because my goal really is to make sure other land over there are owned by us, so we can develop it.
Exactly.
The Nigerian guy who the reason I negotiated for this land, I think a lot of them need to know, is that when I went to Liberian in March, I went to my beach property. You guys saw the video. I was in there, showing my beach property, and then I went over there and they said, oh, the Nigerian man wants to buy the whole thing, and why are you trying to sell it to a Nigerian person? I don't understand. So that's how I negotiated for it. That's why when I tell you guys it's guaranteed, I'm not sitting here to talk to him. I actually fought on behalf of Liberians to make sure this guy doesn't sell it to Nigerians. That's it. And so when I come up here and say, I have something available, the good thing, I don't call anyone to say, hey, I'm selling. I just talk about it on my channel. You're interested, fine. I'm not begging you to do so. But to ensure that those who are purchasing it are Liberians looking to develop. And that's really has been my goal. And so you're not exempt if you're not from Brewerville, or if you don't have properties in Brewerville. We can still be a part of this movement. Anything else to add?
I mean, yeah, like I threw out the idea about the security area. So I guess when we get off, I'll be talking more about that. But
okay.
I mean, yeah, when we get the group together, I mean, who knows? Maybe even a GoFundMe. Maybe let's try to get that one lot at least somewhere strategic, where we know in the future that when everything is developed, we're gonna plant that right there. And if that's something I have to do myself, then hey, it is what it is. But I think I would much rather have that. All the modern communities have it. They have some kind of security post.
Yep.
Even if it's just to monitor all the cameras or whatever around the neighborhoods and stuff like that. I mean, this is very important, especially if you guys live in the diaspora. It's just protection for your property also. So that's the idea that I wasn't thinking about before, but now, it makes perfect sense. Because I'm telling y'all right now, I don't want that huge wall right there. I'm gonna try to go around that, because that's one thing that I really didn't like in Africa. I told myself if I was going to do the wall on the end, I'll at least fix the wall with some nice bricks or tiles. But y'all just be leaving the wall, raw cement, no nothing on it. And then you're going to put the broken bottles on top and, you know, it look like a prison.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at the mother's deed, the deed that has all 25 acres, and I will put you on the phone with my supervisor, Mr. Tiers, who you've been speaking with. We're going to take a look at the, you know, the alley that, you know, the main road that heads to the land, and the alley that divides. So I'm going to try to see the entrance level to see what we can get there, and then make that the front entry of into the community. You know, contingent on what we all plan to do. I think that would be the best way to go. But I have to get the DNC, assess the 25 acres and say, okay, this is west here and west here, and this is where we can do the entry point.
Right.
Okay. I call them enemy of progress. I have someone tell me I was waiting for my money in Liberia, and this person has no plan to build, but will visit and live in their friend's home. Yes, they want to go visit. They want to live in other people's homes. When in fact they can put a structure down for themselves. They just want to. Yeah, I'm gonna go and do my pledge and have fun and all this stuff, and just live on somebody's couch. Like, how is that even acceptable behavior? I'm still trying to understand. But girl, you are so right. Let's see. Okay, she says she gets so hot. Okay. Yep. Okay, yeah, I got it. She said, I just get high when I hear any negative thing about Liberia. Yeah, girl, I feel the same way. You know, when you sit amongst Ghanaians and Nigeria, they talk about, oh, you know, Ghana, they, Nigeria not go last, or Nigeria not go take last, something like that. They always say Nigeria never go last. Something I don't even remember the saying. And you said, when you sit with the Ghanaians and they say, oh, Ghanaian, we are the best. And you know, and then you sit there and you say, where you from? And you say Liberia, and you're like, you know, you have some level of empathy and the condition, because you know that's where you're from. You're sitting among your colleagues. You guys are supposed to be labeled as successful in America, but then when you try to talk about your country, and then in comparison is not where it needs to be, and that's why it had to motivate you to want to do something. You know, I can sit among my friends who are a bunch of lawyers and engineers, and we're having a conversation. So I have Nigerian friends, Ghanaian friends, like, oh, so Emma, what's up with Liberia? And you just sit there, and there's not much development update. You know, it's kind of heartbreaking. So, so like you, I don't like to hear negative things about Liberia, but I try to be more solution driven, see how best we can solve some of these issues.
Right.
I think that I will be traveling back to Liberia to take care of my business. Yep. As I said, I'm from the Caribbean. Oh, this person's from the Caribbean. He said, yeah. And I do not know anyone in Liberia. He said, oh, okay, this is the fellow who wants to start the group. So I think it's very. I also have a gentleman who wants to invest in the agriculture business. He's also from the Caribbean, so he will also be a part of this network. He has been pushing me for this network to be established. But like I said, everything is a gradual process. So yeah, it's really good to know too that you are looking in that direction. We can be a resource to you, and any questions you have, as always, if I don't know the answer, trust and believe I will always direct you to somebody else. Okay. Yeah, people are really engaged, and they're still on here.
Oh, that's good. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
So I guess just tell them, just look out for the next one. I think these Saturdays is pretty good because, you know, in the weekdays, I'm out, I'm hustling, and also too, it's good to use these talks as motivation. When I start my work week or my work day, that's my motivation. I go to make that money, so I'm gonna make sure I capture that money. I'm not thinking about things to spend it on. So that's gonna be my angle with my YouTube channel. It's gonna be targeted towards Africa, but things that we can do here in America to actually make that a possibility. So when I go out and I run my businesses, I go out every day like, this is the money I'm going to make, so I can buy these properties. The more I can do over a year, the more, you know what I mean? And if you're working your job and you're seeing that, okay, after you pay all your bills, your expenses, you're only left with a few $100s every month, then yeah, at that pace is very, very difficult to try to do anything. So a business-minded person does not resort to those kind of decisions like, oh, I'm just making $200 extra. No, this is what the learning game comes. That's why I just started doing YouTube. That's why even like when I meet people like Emma, I reach out to them. This is what they call stepping out of your comfort zone. So this will be my angle, try to teach people about this basic financial security system, but eventually you got to figure out a way to make some more money. Some of y'all have that problem. You're blowing the money. You're doing the Cardinals. You're doing all these crazy things. I'm going to tell you now, stop that. I'm a person who sells cars, and I've never in my life had a car note. I'm not down to anybody else's numbers. If the numbers work out good, but to be paying like $600-700 car note, your insurance $200-300, that's $1,000 every month. If you add it up in a year, 12,000. Look at the things we're talking about, right? How much land could you even buy in Liberia? What could you do with that amount of money? So you got to keep that in the back of your mind too. It's not always about, I don't have this money when I say this. It's what you're doing with your everyday habits. Like I said, when I step out there and I get that money, I invest that money before I even get any temptations, which I don't have. But I'm not going to just, hoard that cash, put it into the land. If you're working your job, you're coming home 4 or 5 p.m., you're chilling, you're watching Netflix and Hulu for the rest of the night. How is that moving you closer to that goal of what we're talking about over here? We need people who are driven by this cause right here, right? And when you're driven, your actions get driven too. So like me, I'm very conscious of those things. Like I watch how much, even news, right? I want to be informed, but some of y'all just sit there and watch news all day. How is that helping the cause, right? So these are the things that I want to touch up on, because in America, it's very easy to get engulfed in that life, and then you start living a life of debt. Some of y'all, the things y'all be paying for, it doesn't make any sense. If you just get a little bit of control in that, then yeah, you will have some extra money to be investing and doing these other things right here. So that's what I do when I start my week off. I'm trying to get that money. It's going back to Liberia. I'm investing over here. I'm investing in Africa. I've thought about investing in real estate in America, which I still will do, because in America, at least we have the luxury of the banking system. We have loans at our door. So these are a lot of things too that I want to share with you guys, different ways that I'm accessing funds from banks and line of credits. And if you combine that with knowledge in Africa, it can be very powerful. So that's my angle right there. I'm gonna show people how to manage your finances, but also how to leverage any LLCs or business entities you have. Because once I put those moves together in Liberia and money's coming back, then what I then do, I go to the bank and I get money based on my business credit. And those money, the terms over here in America, that's the good part. You might get 10%, whatever, 15% APR. If you look at it monthly, that's a very low amount. I can get $15,000-30,000, and maybe I'm paying $150 a month. So if I have a business in Liberia that's already proven based on our relationships and what we're doing collectively, if I have a business in Liberia that I know that if I invest $15,000-30,000, I can make way more than $150 a month, then at that point, the only question is how much money can I get my hands on? So a lot of times that's the problem. The equation you guys are using is very basic. You're trading time for money. So I don't want to go over anybody's heads. Like I said, as we have these talks gradually, it'll start to sink in. But sometimes that equation doesn't work. You're trading time for money. We only have 24 hours in a day, and you got to sleep 8 hours out of those days. You got to take at least an hour or two to eat. When you add in transportation, you getting back and forth to work, you probably take another couple hours. So how much time are you really left to trade? It's not that much. You got to do some kind of leverage. So that's where I come in. I want to add that business education. I want to add different ways where you guys can leverage it. And if we collectively can get business funding, let's say my business can get 100,000, your business can get 20,000, next business get 30,000, and we collectively take that money back to Africa, that's very powerful. And as long as you're making the minimum payments as far as business is concerned, it doesn't affect your credit. It doesn't show up in your credit. It's not seen as a negative. As long as you're making your minimum payments, the bank will keep giving you money. So that's the position I'm in. I'm not trying to save up 100,000 to go start a resort. No, I'm looking at businesses that can produce cash flow. I'm gonna take my credit from America, invest it in Africa, pay back the minimum payments, and keep the cash flow and rolling around on that side while while I stay in the good graces of the banks and make sure my business is still structured to keep getting money. So I'm not even telling you guys that either. Like, hey, go back to Liberia, forget about America. For me, America is my bag. That's where I get my money from. America has a banking system that as long as you pay minimum payments, they're gonna keep giving you money. Africa is not like that right now. So we can take advantage of that, but you have to do it the right way. And it starts from learning, it starts from being motivated, it starts from changing your habits. So these are the kind of talks we're going to be talking about too. It's not very effective to only talk about investing in Africa when majority of people don't even have means of saving the money, right?
Yeah.
So something's not working in your life. If you live in America and you've been here for years and years and you're still living bill to bill, something is not right. Something has to be changed. So that will be more of my angle. How can we change our lives in America to plan for the future in Africa and bring some of that bank's money back home?
Yes, that's very good. That's a very good point. Just speaking of that, I'm going to be interviewing a lady who has a business here in Portland, and she's actually from Cameroon, and she has a store that sells African items. And actually, I've asked her about her profit margin, and she really gives some good numbers. And we talk about her being the only African store around here that most people go to and purchase her items. And so I'm going to be interviewing her how people can actually establish something like that in other states. Because you have to have money coming in, right, in order for you to go to Liberia and do the massive projects that you want to work on. And how do you get that? Your credit score has to be great for the bank to provide you with that loan. But that's your business credit is different from personal loan. And so that's something that we not only want to promote. People are building things in Liberia, but like, how can you get that funding to expand the projects that you're working on? And that's where sometimes the bank will come in. It's not money that you're going to take and leverage because I have $100,000 now, I can go and have fun and have parties. That's not what it's about. This is about development. This is about working on your project at a higher scale. And that's where all of these other things come in. You have to have the strong foundation in America. If you're like hand to mouth or month to month and you're struggling to do something, you have other resources. And he has a really sustainable business here. He's always a reference point. He don't come on this channel to just talk, and this channel is not just talking, it's actions as well. And so you guys have the resource. Great job, guys. This session is very educative, and we have to develop Liberia together. Yes, 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 yes. That's the goal. That's the objective. That's why we are here to talk and take time out of our Saturdays. And for you guys who are watching too, it's motivating for us to continue to talk about what we know. And so very good. Thanks for watching, and we're glad to help.
Yes. Thanks for having me on. And yeah, I don't mind taking a couple hours every week or every other week to have these talks. I hope that it's beneficial to you guys. I hope that after a while, you guys can actually start implementing some of the things we're talking about, and slowly start to change our mindset when it comes to Africa. But if we can play a role in that, I mean, I'm more than happy to. As long as somebody got some value out of this and it's motivating somebody to want to come back home and invest, it doesn't have to even benefit me directly. If somebody comes in the future and tells me that because of this live, it made them want to invest and it started them on a different path, and this is where that path led them, that's good enough payment for me. But especially if I can help change my country on a massive scale, then that's good enough to me. But I hope that some of us on here can take that next step and come together and be business partners, investors, but just come with a learning mentality, because we know how African people, everybody think they know something, everything. If that's not your field and you don't have any expertise to add in, then come in as a student. but don't stop the learning process, because you might have access to people that could teach you certain things that you can come back and teach us. So it's just having that open mindset. But yeah, I don't mind coming on here every week, every couple of weeks, and let's have these talks. And eventually, I think we're gonna get the attention of people in high places, and that can really have a change for the country.
Yep, absolutely, and I agree. And people in high places have been actually watching this channel. They've said it, and imagine what happens if we come in large numbers. If we come with resources, like I said, not just time equity is very important to us, as well as financial resources. So once we are powered with those things, people are gonna be able to listen to you, and that's part of the movement here. So thank you all, and I actually gotta go cook my food now.
Oh, okay. What are you cooking for?
You guys keep watching. Oh my God, the
What
more
are you
food keep
cooking?
coming on here.
What are you cooking?
I'm gonna make gravy.
Gravy? No
Yeah.
pepper soup? No pan butter?
No pan butter today.
Man.
Honestly, I'm a cool girl, but I don't really like pan butter.
For real?
So it's so interesting,
Man.
right? Yeah.
I need to. That's the one thing I miss about being a Liberian, man. Always just eating good. And another thing too is the food didn't make me feel bloated. I noticed that when I was over there.
That's true.
When I was eating the food, I was like, okay, yeah, I eat the food, I feel full. But then when I came back to America, like, the food makes you feel heavy, weighed down. It makes you tired. So it's like, damn, what the hell are these people even
That's the
feeding
real
us,
organic
man?
food you're eating.
Huh?
When you go back home, you're eating the real organic.
Exactly. I was like, I noticed that quickly. Like, when I eat the food, I'm not feeling bloated. Like, I can get up and I move around. Like, I'm not feeling hungry anymore, but I'm not feeling like weighed down.
Right.
And as soon as I came back, those feelings picked up again. So I'm like, man, these people, they experiment on the food with us, man. That's why it's important to, go back home, grow our own food, get our own solar. Hey, go back home.
The opportunities are endless.
And just imagine, look at me. When people in Liberia see me, they think I'm white man. So the white man telling you go back and invest in Liberia, you take that as a serious note. Because me, everywhere I go, they think I'm some kind of celebrity or something. But hopefully, from a lot of these talks, when I go over there in a few years, people gonna know exactly who I am, know exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, they look at me like, oh, this dude's like, some kind of celebrity or white man or something like that. But
the people are funny over there. The people are funny over there.
Yeah. Hey, it was definitely an experience. But I'm like, hey, that's your country. Where you gonna go? Like,
where you gonna go? Yeah.
Even me, like, okay, I live in America. People think, I'm African American, whatever. But there's still a part of me where I know that this is not my home, and I know I need to get back over there, even if I'm not living there like all out throughout the year, but at least have the option to live out there a few months out the year. I don't know if I'm gonna live over there in raining season. I gotta have me a mansion with an indoor movie theater, indoor gym. Then maybe I just camp out for raining season. And but another thing that I love too, I love is that over there, I don't have to worry about stuff like doing my own laundry and doing all these things. I feel like over here, like, if making money and studying, if this is the thing I'm good at, I need to dedicate more time to that. But then I come home, I gotta do my laundry, I gotta cook this food, I gotta do that. And after, man, I just pay for somebody to do that. I don't gotta cook my food. The driver, I don't want to drive around. He take me around. Over here in America, it's not an option.
That's one thing I like. Have somebody come and clean and cook and take you around. It's you live. I tell people you live good. You live a good life in Liberia, Africa, whatever. You don't have to worry about like this 30-year mortgage nonsense. So there's we have a lot of opportunities that we need to utilize or make use of anyway. Yep. I think that people really like talking to you.
Okay. Well, that's good. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys joining and being on. When Emma schedules the next one, because you usually post it on your YouTube so people can usually see it like that. Like I said, once we start forming a community, maybe we'll think of a way, maybe like emails, so you can send email reminders or things of that nature. Yeah. But this is just from the ground level right now. I was just talking. So these talks are important. and then from there, we take it to the next step. But
we have a good movement on our hands, and we're going to not just sit and talk, but we're going to be action-driven people. We're going to actually implement some of these plans, and so we look for like-minded Liberians, or Africans, African Americans, just investors, people looking to invest. You don't have to be Liberian to invest in Liberia. Okay, Chelsea is not from Liberia. She's
yeah.
And other investors in Atlanta too, they're not from there. I have two other investors who live in Atlanta. They're coming with me in December to Liberia. They're not from there, and they're coming to invest in a country that they're not, they had no relationship. So we have a movement in our hand, and I think we can get something done. Okay, Linda, I do see your number. I will contact you. And we can have any conversation you want to have. Anything else? I know they don't want to go.
That's cool. That just let you know that people are on, and people have been waiting for something to get started. And I'm just thankful for the internet and giving us the ability to connect. So now we have no more excuses. When you go to Liberia, you're filming your journey. Oh, when I go back to Liberia this time, y'all see behind me, I got all my film equipment. I'm flying drones. I'm doing all kinds of crazy stuff over there. So y'all gonna be really tuned in. But for now, since we over here, we stuck in America. Unfortunately, got to make that money. But as time progresses, the ones who are taking action, we're gonna have the option to be going back more and more. And as a businessman, also when I analyze the different markets in America and Africa, in America, there's just so much restrictions. There's permit this, permit that. You got major corporations, and anything you plan about doing, like how we talk about Africa, nobody doing corn, nobody doing onion. You don't have anything like that in America. Everybody, this is a capital system. People are investing in everything. You got major corporations like Walmart and all these big companies who are involved in every single thing. You got Amazon, who basically trying to take over the world, do everything.
Yeah, I mean, look, just recently I read that Amazon is going to take over. I mean, they took over the retail business, right? But now they're going to have department stores that actually they kicked out, right? So I kicked you out as a big corporation. Now I'm going to do exactly why I kicked you out. So
they buy them up.
Yeah,
they buy them
exactly.
Up, dissolve the company,
all
and then
that's
take
going
over.
on. And then Amazon decides, I'm going to go to South Africa to have a headquarters there. So, mind you, it's just South Africa. What do you think Jeff Bezos is going to go next? The next big spot. Yeah. So, these are things that we have to think of.
Yeah, exactly. So right now, while the big companies, West Africa, hasn't drawn their attention, or all of them, only the ones that are out after the resources over there now. But like what you're saying, as they see people start relocating to Africa, people come back home. Next thing you know, you're going to have those companies trying to start building up all kinds of houses, building up all kinds of hotels. So that's why we need to be buying in now and investing, because a lot of those foreign investors, like the Lebanese and stuff, they're not keeping the money in the country. It's making their money and sending it back to their country. They're developing their country. So they're pulling the resource, pulling the money out and sending it back home. So what we're talking about is doing something different. Every money that I invest in Africa is staying in Africa. The only money that comes back to America is the repayment of loans, which is interest only. Mm-hmm. Any net profit on that money gets rolled around. And then once you do that enough, that's what you call a compound effect. Because maybe you make $100 this month, you invest it back. Next month you got 120, you invest it back. Next month is 130, you invest it back. It's a compound effect that keeps going. So that's my personal plan. That's what I would suggest for all you guys. I'm not saying go and quit your job and go start business in Africa and just live off that business. The plan is to invest in Africa, take that money and keep it snowballing, a snowball effect. Eventually, you're going to get to the place where the amount you need to survive is so small that you can't even stop your company no more. It's a separate person. It's its own entity. It's just growing at its own pace. Yeah, you take a little bit here and there to survive, but it keeps growing. So that's how you really approach the business. Not say, like I hear a lot of people say, like, I want my mom to retire in Africa. I'm going to open her a store so she can go sit at the store all day and sell goods. Like, no, why are you trying to torture your mom? She don't want to do that. Your mom want to go sit in the store all day and sell goods, no AC in the heat. I be hearing people say that, huh? Yeah, yeah. A lot of people say that. Like, I want my mom to go back to Africa. I want to start a business for her. But you need to start the business, get that money snowballing, and then take the profit and let your mom live off. Not
I'm
send
gonna
her.
excuse myself for a bit. I'm listening, but
No,
I'm gonna
oh,
cook my rice.
let end me too. I'm hungry.
I'm gonna cook my rice.
But let end there. I'm hungry too.
I'm listening to you, but I have to cook my rice.
I said I'm hungry too.
Oh, you hungry too? You want to go?
Yeah, yeah. I was about to conclude. I'm about to conclude. Yeah, I gotta eat too. I've been on here for 3 hours. I'm hungry. I wish I had some African food, but because I don't, I'm gonna resort to some American-like meals. But yeah, that's it right there. We're gonna be doing these regularly, and maybe Emma could even show us how she cooking. Let her come and cook some pambada or some cassava or something, so she could show us. But yeah, guys, so we need people adding into these talks, these conversations. Even if you don't have anything to add right now, just still tune in, get that mindset, because that's what we really need in this country. And it's not like something that I started off with. Like when I came to this country, like, I mean, my life just went downhill. Like I got locked up. I was in jail. I pretty much had to start my life over in my lower 20s. I tried the school thing. I tried going back to school. That wasn't really for me. So it took me a long time to actually get this mentality that I'm telling you guys right here. So it doesn't happen overnight, but you have people that go through their whole life without getting this mentality. And I don't want you guys to fall victim to that. This country doesn't have anything promised for us in the long term. Things are actually getting worse. So while you have your opportunity to get some money, get some bank funding, save your little money, invest back home, I promise you in the next 10 years or so, you're not going to regret it at all, because I've already calculated all the numbers. I've looked at all the opportunities. Anything you're going to bring to me, I've already researched it and thought about it. And so this is what I concluded. That's why the majority of my money is going back to Africa and investments. And I've been doing that for 2 years. I have a friend of mine in Sierra Leone that I invest with over there. And we do have some properties and different things we're talking about. It was only that I came across Emma that sped up my involvement in Liberia, because like you guys, I didn't have nobody over there. My friends in Sierra Leone. So I'm like, okay, at least let me invest in Sierra Leone since that's in Africa. And my plan in Sierra Leone was to form a stronghold. So anytime I come to Sierra Leone, I'm just right there next to the border. I could easily go over there. So that was my plan. Since I have people in Sierra Leone that are trusted and I can form something over there, at least that's very close to Liberia, so I can be right across. But when I came across Emma, she gave me a reason to really speed that process up and get involved in Liberia. So I think I came across the right time. That Brewerville area, the community where we forming over there, I mean, it's gonna be great. If you guys don't get involved in that, I promise you, I'm gonna try to get my hands on as much land as possible.
This guy, he's trying to buy everything.
Exactly. I'm trying to get it all, because not only do I need my own house, I need me a resort. Like I told you, these African Americans that keep asking me, oh, about Africa, hey, this is the amount right here. Come see for yourself. I'm gonna be bringing them over there. But in addition to that, there's other businesses that I want to do that's going to help the country, like this agricultural stuff. If y'all look over here, y'all see me looking away, I'm taking notes. I'm actually writing stuff down that I'm going to go and research. I'm going to talk to Emma about. When I hit the ground, I'm going to check it out. So all these businesses that we're talking about the country needs, I'm going to do my research. I'm not one of those Liberians to say, oh, nah, that don't work. That don't work. Everything they throw out there, it don't work. How the Lebanese man doing it? The Indian man doing it? Oh, no, it don't work. Nah, it don't work. You see what I'm saying? If it doesn't work, how is another man doing it successfully? You know what I mean? And this is what I'll leave you guys off with right here before I go. When I was on the plane ride back, I overheard a conversation. A Lebanese guy right next to me was talking to another lady, African lady, and he was pretty much downplaying America and all that. You know, he told his story out. He came to America to work for a company, and I think he was in Chicago, but he really couldn't even survive off the amount he was getting compared to the amount he had to pay to survive. Not only that, he wasn't a big fan of the weather at all, but he pretty much told the lady that Lebanese are over here in Africa because in Africa you can be anything you want to be. And I almost had to, like, I was thinking about that on my plane ride a lot, because Whenever you talk to Africans in Sierra Leone, Liberia, they always talk about Lebanese people. Lebanese people doing this, they own this, and I've seen it for myself. They basically own the whole building material game over there. They got it on lock, and the store, the corner store, they own a lot of stuff, right? So, but I never spoke to a Lebanese in person and just asked them why, because a lot of them they're not even going to give you that information. Some of them they're not even able to break it down in words where you understand. But this guy, he did have that ability where his words, you can actually picture it. So I had the benefit of listening to him, and he pretty much explained it. Lebanese are in this country because in this country, you can literally be anything you want to be. In America, you can't be anything you want to be. I don't care what they told you. You really can't, right? But in Africa, you really can. It's a blank canvas, right? You have a canvas and you could draw whatever you want on it. So now what I'm doing when I stay up at night, I'm thinking about how I want my resort to look. I'm looking at other resorts. I'm getting ideas. Oh, do I want these kind of things? Do I want put this thing on the beach land? I'm already planning to bring over some jet skis and this neighborhood, that Brewerville
Yes,
neighborhood.
tell them your plans.
Yeah, we're gonna do jet skis. I'm looking at four-wheelers, golf carts. I love golf carts. Every time I go to Florida, we always rent golf carts. So that's a great business to either rent it or even just be riding around. That community, we get some nice roads over there. I ain't trying to be walking in the heat. I'm riding around my golf cart. But guess what? If somebody's in that community and maybe they're visiting like a tourist, they're gonna rent the golf cart too, or maybe it'll get included in their package, whatever it is. You just take the golf cart, you ride it to the beach. I get my truck here, my F-150. We're gonna throw some jet skis on there on the trailer. We roll it down over there. Jet ski rental is great. In Florida, it's like $100 for a 30-minute jet ski ride that you're gonna be paying. It's crazy, but people are gonna ride it. What about even boats? People don't even bring boats over there. Those ocean places like that, those are nice areas if you're riding boats in. You know, it's a very good scenic view. But
Tourism
yeah, tourism.
is $1 billion industry, and Liberia has a lot to offer. I think I have a video
You
on
see what I'm
that.
saying? That's the only area where you're gonna look at a beach area right there and talk about how much to buy a land,
People
$2,000.
are too funny anyway.
Like where else in the world you gonna see the ocean? You right there, but you gonna buy it for $2,000. It's because the country is poor. That's why they're selling it, but it's not gonna be like that forever. Like people are gonna be taking advantage of those, and one of those people is me. Like if y'all don't jump in, like I don't. If I had the money, I'll buy that whole community. Guess what? Now it's my community. Anybody want to live over there? They gotta live. They gotta live about how I set it up. Maybe I'll go build my own buildings. Like I'm talking about the fence. I'm trying to tell you guys that the fence is not very good aesthetically. So I'll just skip over that whole step. I'll build all my houses how I want them with low fences. Now, guess what? I'm going to sell those houses, right? Maybe it costs me 20 grand to build a house, but in the next 5 years, I'm going to turn around and sell that house for 100,000, for 80,000. And guess what? It's not even going to be a full lot, right? It's going to be a quarter lot that I'm going to give them. They're going to get a quarter lot with a house, just enough space to park a car. But guess what? They're going to take it because it's going to be nowhere else in that area. So these are the things that's gonna happen for sure. It's not even what if. It's gonna happen. The only question is, are you gonna be involved or are you gonna be on the sideline?
Yeah, that's land does not depreciate in value. The car that you purchase from a lot, brand new car, it does depreciate. The moment you take that car off that lot, the value goes down. You purchase a piece of property, the value continues to go up. You see on my video, I have a Brewerville where I went to my land. I'm in Brewerville. That one of my I was saying I'm the crew chief. Um, that land was purchased for 1,600. Okay, and people want the price of that Brewerville land that I'm selling now to be the same. I bought that land 2018. So it's very puzzling to me actually when I'm trying to like give them actually very negotiated price and it's no, it's too much. I'm like, okay, so you want to pay the same amount
Yeah.
I pay for my land 2018? Like I'm now understanding, but the same
That's
can be
even
said
less.
for Ghana.
Yeah.
In Ghana, and I bought a land in a place called Awutu for $800. For some of the people here who know Ghana very well, Awutu was not even a place that anybody care about. No, like nobody really care about Awutu at that time. And as I'm talking to people these days, the land over there in Awutu is 12 grand. It's just like, really, I bought this like $800. But that's because people are developing and people are going more to Ghana now, right? And that's what you are going to see as we progress. More people and more people are going to come and wanting to develop, and tea prices will never be the same as it relates to land. So you have the opportunity. Do not go through me. Please go through whoever you want to go to. I'm just here as a resources because that's something guaranteed that I have. However, you can go a different route, but you still have the opportunity to invest in Liberia, because you don't want to sit back and say, "Oh, if I knew." That's not somebody else can start singing. That's like, "If I were new, if I were new." No, if you are not new, nothing. So,
I
so
don't like that
please.
song.
Okay. Yes.
But look at
All
it.
right.
Reason you
So.
even say from 16 to 2000. One last point so people can understand how real estate works. The reason you even say you bought it 2 years ago was 1600, 1500. Now it's 2000. The reason of that slow growth in the price is because there's not a lot of development.
Yeah.
But once you add development, how real estate work is it goes off other people selling. So
Yeah.
let's say the area is developed and now your neighbor, right? He sell his land for 4,000, 5,000. That price sets the new standard, right? Nobody gonna sell their land for 2,000 no more because they know their neighbor sold it for 5,000. Now let's say somebody else wanted the property bad. They say I paid 6,000. Now that sets a new standard. So now the other neighbor who's selling their own property, you think they'll still sell you for 2,000? They know somebody else paid 6,000. So that's how price works. Is based off demand, what people are willing to pay. The reason it only went from 1,600 to 2,000 in 2 years because there's still not no development over there like that. But once development comes, it's not going to be from 2,000 to 2,500. It's going to be from 2,000 to 7,000, 8,000, and then up. That's how it works.
But I mean, it's very evident. A lot of them know Robert Speed Highway. Most people didn't really care for it many years ago. Many years ago, I personally purchased my land on Robert Speed Highway, not the riverfront property. The riverfront property was more expensive because the guy, he knew the value of his land, right? But I also purchased another land in Said Town. Some of them know what Said Town is, next not too far from Boys Town. I purchased that land for $500. Go and ask how much that land is. 1,500. And I mean, I'm gonna sleep good at night if I purchase a land for $500. Like, I mean, come on, I know it's gonna increase. So that's why when you think about it, it's not that somebody on YouTube is selling you anything, or if you decide to do that yourself, you're gonna get the value for your investment, and not only that, but you're also gonna be developing and employing people, regardless, depending on the kind of business that you establish. So there's benefit here, but I understand where some people are coming from. But my mom and grandma always said that's a parable. You can take the horse to the river or creek, whatever. You can't force it to drink. That's just what it is.
Right. Very
Yep.
true.
So anyway, you guys have last minute questions for him? Oh my God, these food are still here.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna let my rice sit and cook.
Yeah, I'm about to take off too. I got some family events. Go to little birthday party. But yeah, like I said, I don't mind doing these. For I hope there's not people on here who are questioning motives. Like we just gave 3.5 hours for free. So my time is very valuable. If I didn't feel like I was contributing to a worthy cause, then I pretty much wouldn't entertain it. But I'm willing to keep giving you guys this time and this knowledge. Um, hoping that I can contribute and make a real change, which I really do believe I can. And I just want to bring as many people up with me as I can. So that's my overall goal for this.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir, guys. I'm watching the boats. The people riding the boats here. I'm just watching, and they've already left. But I'm just watching people ride the boats, and I'm becoming very envious of them. Like,
Boats.
yeah.
Oh yeah. See, man, people in Liberia, we need to come over there and start enjoying. That's the thing we need to show on YouTube too. Let people show enjoying. When people think that country, they only think about hungry kids and suffering. We need to bring some enjoyment out there. Come with our boats, our jet skis, and show them that you can live a good life over there. And that's what the media is not portraying. So thank God for YouTube, and we can show these things. So that's what we need to start showing, man. Y'all go out there in Liberia, y'all having a good time. Y'all film it, record it. Let's show the world. Let's show the world what we got to offer.
Yep, beautiful beaches in Liberia. Nimba has like Mount Nimba. They have a lot of opportunities. Oh, people want to really. Okay, so this person says, Emma and guests, please leave your contact to continue to chat and see how we can collaborate. Definitely, definitely. I think I pinned my email there. I can put this there again if you guys need it. And Stefan, you can put your email. I think you could do that. Go to more, post a comment, and put your email there.
Oh my! Did you see the comment I posted earlier? Oh, it was a comment. Oh, okay. I wasn't even looking at this comment. Oh, my bad, guys. I guess I could have seen these the whole time.
Yes, we can definitely continue this conversation. So please, feel free to send me an email. And like I said, this is a movement. We want to bring people together to continue this development effort. And I think we can all do it. I really trust. I've seen some emails that people have applied some level of seriousness, not just building, but to see how we can all mobilize. Imagine a guy from Kenya. When I visited Seattle many years ago, he tried to pitch an idea about like establishing real estates in Kenya. He was only collecting 1 grand per person, trying to get 100 people to put in 1 grand. The reason I personally didn't do that because I was naive, in a sense of I could say, "Oh, I'm not from Kenya," but I was really thinking in a business sense, like, okay, I could learn more about this and get into this business, whatever. But the guy established really nice real estate and collecting 100 people. And now, and I look back, I'm like, oh my goodness, I wish I was more inclined to have invested in that.
Right.
So the movement. You may say I don't have a lot of money, but if we all plan accordingly, we can come together as a team and see what business we can get into. Like he wrote some ideas on like onions, like peppers, and other businesses that we can come together as a team to see what we can all do. So the options are not limited. We have a lot of potential in that country, and I think we can all mobilize and do well. So yes, we are all here for collaboration. Did you put your email? Can you put your email there?
I can't. Under the comments side, I don't see where I can leave one. Did
Okay,
you?
so do you see like more? It has like post a comment. Do you see that at all?
Maybe because I'm not logged in or
All right,
logged
let me
in.
see. Let me see. I can put his email.
You can post mine. Just use the Liberian luck.
Okay. Okay.
Liberian luck at gmail.com.
Liberian look. Okay. Let's see.
Liberian luck LUCK
Okay.
at gmail.com.
At gmail.com, you said?
Yeah, Liberian luck at Gmail.
Okay, so you're lucky Liberian.
Lucky Liberian.
Okay, Liberian@gmail.com. Okay, guys, this is his email. So you can contact him. That's his email. If you have any questions, anything to add to this conversation, you can always do that. Like I said, we're mobilizing, putting group together, strong group of people together, and taking over gradually, of course. You don't want to go too much over capacity. You want to start strategically.
Exactly.
Um, yeah, guys. Honestly, just gonna be sitting here waiting for my food,
All right.
and I'm gonna eat.
All right. Well, I'll catch you next time, Emma. I'll send you a message later on, and everybody else, you guys be safe. Appreciate you joining on talks, and I look forward to the next one.
Yep, sounds good. We will talk. We need to talk agriculture. We need to talk a lot more, and see how we can get this stuff rolling. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Take care, guys. Till next time.
All right.
Thanks,
Take care. So
Bye.
my people, my people, the boy now go yet. I really like the conversations that we're having these days. The conversation that we're having these days, because we ourselves have to make the change that we want to see. We have to be the example that we want to see in Liberia. So this kind of conversations are very encouraging, and I like that people are involved, and it brings so much what's it called? It brings so much excitement to me when I see people wanting to get involved, because a few years ago you wouldn't really see many positive Liberians looking to help in the effort, but now people are more engaged, people are more involved, and together we can all do it. I always tell you guys that if I don't know anything, I will still be a resource. I will still recommend you to somebody who does. And for many of you who've been giving me feedback on different things, I really appreciate it. For those who have volunteered to mentor me, I really appreciate it. I always say I don't know everything, so if you spit some knowledge, I pick it up. I appreciate you and see how we can all work together. I'm always learning, even my mentors and even from my own staff. Like I'm always learning, opening my mind, and because I know everyone has something to share. So my goal really, like I said, to be a resource here. To provide the resource that you need in order for us to really develop Liberia. That's our country. You can't sit among people and say you're from Liberia and you find your face. Or you can't tell me you want to go to Africa and say, oh, me, I can go chill in Ghana. Yeah, Ghana is nice. But you're living your own country. They say you can face your own backyard and you want to go into someone else's backyard and go dance. Like what sense does that make? So you have to make sure you get something rolling. You have to make sure you have a place that people can go and say, yeah, that's my friend place right there. That's my sister, that's my brother's place right there. That's a development where somebody talking say, oh, you don't do anything for your country. Say, look what I'm doing. Perhaps some people don't even like to talk about what they're doing, but as long as you're doing something productive in the country, that helps a lot. As you guys can see, I'm very passionate about Liberia because I don't want to keep bending my head down when people are talking about Liberia. I don't want to say, that country, they're full of it. I want to be able to add to the conversation that yes, Liberia has been through X, Y, and Z, but it does not limit the effort. It does not limit the potential and the opportunities that are so richly in that country. So the good thing is that I'm a good debater. So when I sit among Nigerians and Ghanaians, I'm able to make my points, and so my head is not so much far um, uh, um, below, because I know many years ago, I know people don't talk history, but Liberia used to be a place everybody wanted to go to educate themselves. There was a place people wanted to go and have vacations. Liberia was a place people wanted to go and do business. So that you know I'm getting so many calls today. I think everybody just like me on Saturdays. That does not mean Liberia can't get back to where she was. We us us we got to make the change. We got to make the difference. When you're having conversation with somebody who say, I want to invest something in Africa, but I don't know where to go, tell them I have my country. Show them the ropes. I have conversation amongst some of my friends, some of my colleagues, and they say, Ghana has opportunity, and I said, but have you heard of Liberia? Oh no, I've never heard of Liberia. Can you tell me more? And then I start to tell them more, and then usually I have my proposal things ready for me to pull up and show people and talk numbers to people, and they're like, oh, I'm on board. That's how I really was able to recruit three Americans from here to want to invest in this agriculture business. So we can all do it. We can all play our part. I think that's what I keep preaching on my channel. If you're a teacher, you can make a difference. If you're even a janitor, you can make a difference in Liberia. Because you know what, America is not great because everyone's a doctor. It is not great because everyone's an engineer. America is great because each and everyone add to America's greatness. Even the technician adds to America's greatness. You don't have a mechanic, your car can be repaired. Do you see the logic? So everybody has those. So imagine your skills and you take it to Liberia, okay? You are a janitor, you can have a janitorial service. You can put that together. You can teach somebody how to properly carry on that service. A mechanic, you can establish a mechanic, or you can even do a trade school for people to come and learn how to work on cars. You can do different things with your skills that you've obtained. If you say, I want to work in nursing home, or I don't have any skills, any proper skills, yes, you do have skills. The skills you have is the ability to converse with customers. Therefore, you have customer service skills. So you have to assess what you have. You can't limit your potential, because all of us, God gave all of us something to contribute to this earth. And that's what you need to find within yourself. The difference between successful people and unsuccessful people is the ability to push on, be persistent. Okay, so I really, really, really believe we can make a difference. When I read the emails, I say, okay, the other email, let me can cry for you some more first before I respond to you. Because some of them is like, oh, so and so ate my money. I say, oh my God. Then I respond to you and I say, I gave you my phone number. Somebody you think I run away. I give you my phone number. Oh, I talk to you all the time. But still you're still think I run away. So so I get on YouTube to, like I said, to encourage us and see how best we can do. One of the other projects that I need to work on, that I don't specifically need to put my own money into it, but I want to put more of my time into it, is healthcare. I have a couple of good friends who are into the healthcare sector and really wants to make a huge difference in Liberia when it comes to healthcare. So me being in healthcare, in quality management, project management, now I'm a CEO in training, and understanding the healthcare system in this country. It won't be the same system in Liberia, but the operational aspect of the healthcare will be the same thing. My goal is to sit with this group of Liberians, very, very smart, intelligent doctors. Some of them are doctors, some of them are administrators, some of them are nurses, to say, you know what, that's not the business I want to do right now at this moment, but this is how I can be of help to you so we can revitalize the system in that country. We don't have to go to government sector, we can go the private sector route. So in all is that I can still contribute to that conversation, because healthcare is something dear to my heart. But that's not something I want to take on right now as we speak. But I volunteer my service for consultation. I do consultation for big hospitals here. Like I go into the emergency room and transform the emergency rooms. Why is it that I can go into my own country and help people who are into healthcare to ensure that the healthcare system starts to move gradually? You know, we are not only lacking on tools, equipment, but we are lacking in skills. Some people are not even qualified to administer certain things. Some people are not even qualified. Bedside manners are missing all over the place. We have to change certain things, and that's why I don't want to go the government route. I want to go the private route. And private route, that don't mean I want to have my own hospital. That means I can do consultation with people. And these are my friends and my colleagues. So that is my volunteer work to Liberia, to help these people to come and help your sector. That is my work that I'm going to be doing in Liberia, in addition to everything else that I do there. So my point is, whatever skills you have, guys, you can still make a difference. You can still make a difference. You can be a cameraman, camera woman. You go and set up equipment and teach young children how to film. You know, if you work here as a security person, you can go and train people and have a security firm. I got a call recently from a young man in the military. Hey, I want to put a security firm together. Um, I will have to call him back. But this is the kind of thing we do. You know, we talk all day. Sometimes in the morning, hey, this is the idea. What's up? You know, what's going on? It's like-minded conversations that I've been having. Like a young gentleman, he's in the military. He said, I want to set up a security system. And I said, what do you know about it? You know, go talk to this person. He has been in the Air Force for such a long time. You guys can talk and partner up. I don't know stuff. I refer you to somebody else. And see. He talks about registration, how you can register a business. I say, hey, get this, and this in order. Get your business plan in order. Come back to me next time we talk about it. I don't know everything, but like I said, I will always tell you this is person who can handle it. This is person who has more experience. Then you go by your way, because at the end of the day, when we all look back, we can say, well, you know, we contributed somehow. You know, we contributed somehow. So that's what we have to keep in mind. Yeah, I'm talking about here because that rice is still cooking. That rice. That rice is still cooking. That rice is still cooking. You know, I had I cooked gravy 2 days ago, because yesterday I went out. I didn't really eat what I cooked, so I'm gonna be eating that today. gravy. So the rice, when the rice is done cooking, I will eat. And then I have some calls to make. My construction company that I talked to you guys about, there are a couple of things that we have some projects in the Mount Barkley area that will be starting very, very soon. So I need to read over some of the estimates. And when I tell you, you don't worry too much when it comes to pricing of things to get your work done. Because guess what? I made a decision for your construction project. So if you can negotiate better with me, I stay on my channel and preach to you what to do when you come and do business with me, but you still fail. I still don't understand. I tell you, say negotiate your bones away. When somebody said this is $5, and you know you don't have $5, make your point. Why they shouldn't charge you $5? The only thing I would tell you though, when it comes to this construction business, that your materials cost you should worry about. Not even worry, but there's always solution to things. If something like bread is expensive, sometimes I tell my guys, I go to Ghana and go buy the tile. You go buy like 100 bags, 100 cartons of tiles in Ghana and take it back. There's a truck that leaves Ghana, $20 per bag of something. You can negotiate the price for them to transport your stuff. So there are a couple of things that can be done. But many of you're so scared that, when they can say, $500 to do the thing, it's too much. No, you got to put on your negotiation cap. If you're so scared of things, nothing will get done. Okay. Luckily, Liberia is not America where when you go to the store, somebody say butter beer is $2. You're not going to negotiate with nobody. You have to buy it for that price. However, because we are all trying to increase the development efforts, and you're going through my construction company, I'm not gonna say, my brother and sister, it's $0 or $2, but at the same time, I'm not gonna say, pay something that is just outrageous. Then what it's doing to me is that the effort cannot continue because now the person can't afford. But you have to afford in order for my staff to get paid. They have the family, and part of affording, right? I hire them, we have more people working. So, I'm trying to solve a solution of unemployment, and I'm trying to help you to see how you can develop. There are multiple problems being trying to be solved. Yeah, we're trying to solve the problem from all different angles, and there are different ways in which we can all be fine. We're not only hiring subcontractors, we're hiring people who can actually stay on the job for a long time. And so do not be afraid. You contact me, my construction company, we do your assessment, we go to your land, we give you a plan, you pay for your plan. But the good thing about us is that we ask you, how much you want to pay for the plan yet? Majority of the time recently, people just give us what it is. They say they won't pay for the plan. And my engineers don't like it. But guess what? I would rather have more people doing things than for me to charge one person 100,000 just for me to sit. Not one person making development. Everybody, if 100 people give us job with the construction company, guess what? It's more beneficial to like development than for me to go charge somebody 100,000 for something when I know that it's not going to help the whole country, nor it's not going to help the whole side of town. So that's how things work, people. I'm thinking development. I'm not thinking scrapping all your little coins away from you. If anything, your money going to the people that are on the ground. Because if I compensate these people, that's how we're going to get honest people to continue to work for us, with us, and for us. So your money, any money you even the land you're buying today, you call my employee. Any employee, anybody tells you they don't make over $500 per month, they're lying to you. But do you know why? I have to compensate them good before they do good job. I have to. If I need something done, I'd say in the America in my little space here, whatever, and I tell the person do that. And people, when I call them, they're on phone quick. Their phone not supposed to die. They have power banks. They have resources. I provide all those things to them. Because at the end of the day, there's a plan here to have this movement of development. So I gotta find the barriers to progress. Like I talked to my engineer, I said, is there a barrier to progress? Is there anything that will prevent you
from doing really good plans? Is it that you need to do more certificate programs? Is there online things I can send you so you can increase your design processing? And we talk about it. Is there a reason why you didn't answer this person at so time? We talk about it. We try to find solution, because you know what? This thing is bigger than me sitting now on YouTube here. This thing is more than me sitting on YouTube and you're saying the plenty talking get. No. This thing is about developing our country so our head can be down when people talking about Liberia. That's what this thing is about. This thing is about giving people jobs. Some of y'all, when you go visit Liberia, don't just go for pledging. Y'all go to community and ask them what they need in the community. And then that's where you start to solve problems. You start to solve problems because of that assessment. It's not just about us when we go back home to have our own houses, but to see why some people cannot have simple jobs. And how can we contribute? I thought you said they put only know me on Saturday. They put can call me on Saturday. Actually, the past week I've been home. So when they finish calling me 6 a.m., I can talk on the phone all day doing different consultations, doing different things. Because at the end of the day, like I said, I have a goal. Somebody asked me, do you want to be president? I'm reading politics out, but that is not my priority. Politics is not my priority. But first of all, I took political science classes. I don't understand anything that I have to do with that. I know politics impact my daily life. That's all I know about it. But to go and run for Liberia, no, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a change maker. Okay. When I go to when I do consultation in emergency rooms here, the first thing I ask them, what problem do you want to have solved? That's the first thing I ask. I'm solution driven. I'm not here to just be talking plenty to you people. And so that's why when I'm going to Liberia. This is almost September. I'll be going to Liberia in 3 months. When I hit Liberia, all the projects that we're working on, I will go to all the sites and do videos for you guys so you will see. But some of them will also be updated anyways. My video that I'm posting on tomorrow is about the for the $1,000 house. If one person tell me say I'm on live, but the price again when I finish way on the channel, you will know. I can't here to come lie to you. So when I tell you say something is X and Y is the price, when I can tell me say I'm gonna say the price the house is $80,000. Why must you be in wish to can't lie to people like this? I'm not involved in that kind of foolishness. That's the corrupt mentality we're trying to solve. That's the problem we're trying to solve. We can't be the problem. We need to be the solution to the problem. So I won't come on my channel and come and lie and tell you, say something that costs for the 1,000, I can't tell you say 80,000. No reason I need to do that. So we need to be change makers in that country. Things can be the same, my people. You see, man? So, my people, now that I talk plenty, my rice, I gotta go check on my rice, my people. I gotta go check on my rice. Excuse me, I gotta go check on my rice. So, So for those for those who are still on this life, let's see here. Okay. For those who are still on this life, what kind of question you have for me? I think I've talked your ears off. I think I've talked your ears off. So any other question you have, please. You know, the people riding the boats, they are just looking. I don't know if you guys can see, but there are like jet skis and boats, right? People always just riding there, and I just sit here and say, I'm gonna be buying my own one of these days. One of these days when I can find a place I will park it. That's the reason why. But every time I just sit here, the boat be crossing, and I just be sitting there. Why would I park it even if I buy it? That's the issue. But anyway, any questions, y'all? Thank you all very much. Yep. Thank you, Anthony, for tuning in. You guys have the emails there. You can contact Stephen, and then you can contact me as well. Anything else that I don't know how to respond to, anything else I don't know how to respond to, I saw some comments. Anything else I don't know how to respond to, I can always redirect you guys, as I've said many times. What else? I think people are still watching. My people, my people, what's going on? What's going on? All right. So yeah, I think I don't think I have anything else to say. I think I need to get on calls with Stefan and other people who are trying to get us to really speed up the planning phase of what it is we're trying to do in that country, especially the Breville Belt. There's another boat. There's another boat driving by, and I just say and I just watch them drive away. I didn't order my kayak though, so I'll be hiking on the river there. As you guys know, I love water view, anything. I think I'm gonna share something about myself. I like anything that has water. Um, I travel anywhere. I get a hotel by the water. I just like water. That entertainment center you see me building on that tower hill is by the water. That my land also is by the water. Everything will just be by the water, except some of the properties on the highway is not by the water. But if it's for me personally, I would be by the water. I like the water. Anyway, now that I've said that, what's up? What's up? It's a Saturday. Yeah, you're entertaining. What's up? What's going on? What's going on? Because God knows, after I'm done eating, I'm just gonna read. I'm gonna work on stuff and wait for my Manchester United to play tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. And I have my alarm set, and I will be watching the game. And I'm excited because we're gonna whip Southampton by 5-1 or 5-0 or 6-7. United we stand. Okay, so my people, I have plenty of talking already. Definitely talking. Okay, I have 5 minutes. I'm gonna give you guys 5 minutes, and I'm gonna get off this life. So if you have any questions, please ask now or forever hold your peace. Any spider story you can't tell me yet, I'm not interested. Any riddle, this is not tonight. I'm not interested. So if you have anything, oh, there's another boat. Oh my god, guys, I think I'm too obsessed with boats. The last time I made some inquiries about boat, I saw one for 33,000. I have my patio is big enough for it, but I don't have no time in my bone to want to take care of it. No time in my bone to take care of it. So it would just be something I admire from right here until I have the time to take care of the boat. But for now, I'll just sit and watch it and go by. Anyway, my people. So, you know, maybe we can talk that they drum me out. We can speak over there. So yeah. Let us do the best we can to help the efforts. And so if you reach out to me, what I'm gonna do, I already have an Excel sheet that had all the emails, and I have in one column the concerns written down. So what I'm gonna do, I've already put the Bureau people in one section of my paper. Those are the people I'm gonna connect, so we can all start talking about how we're gonna develop the place and what it is that we're gonna do there as we have our plans. The gentleman Stefan, who was on here, he is about to get rolling with his project. So if you know what I know, we're not making development lazy, we're making it busy. So yes, so that's his goal. You know, he just coming because now you probably want to talk about, hey Emma, make sure you keep the whole land for me. But he gives room for other people to take piece of the pie, because we need to be in large number. But if y'all waste time, trust me, any moment he wants to buy the whole thing. Any moment he wants to buy the whole thing. So he leaves a pie for you. You decide you don't want to. Like your business, or let's say the child you can feed. So I'm also actually going to be talking to somebody who called me yesterday and she wants to buy one lot there too. I can't say her name on the live yet because that's my client. Privacy. I don't want to violate my client privacy, and so we're gonna be getting her that lot, and she's gonna start her little property there. But she will be part of that group too because we need to know what people are building there. You don't have to build some ugly fence here that will make the place look ugly. Remember, we're not trying to build the place look. We're not trying to make the place look ugly. We're trying to make it look fun. So anyway, so yes, so all these people who are part of that brother belt, we will be having meetings, just trying to schedule weekly meetings. And trust me, I promise those will be like 30 minutes or an hour just to get ideas. We will be in the planning phase, and then everything will go by phases. And then hopefully Stefan can lead the effort while I focus on my backlit, because all the building plans that have been sent to me and the assessment, most people who are looking to build with us are located in Mount Bagley, and then we have some people in Marshall. The Barnesville and Johnsonville area, we have a few assessments in those areas, but my goal really is to target it by communities. So if I see influx of people going to a certain location or looking to invest in certain locations, then I put them in a group, of course with all of their consent. You don't do something without asking people if they're okay. Some people want to remain private, which I respect, and then have that consent. The idea is good. Typically they agree to my proposal and they join in this. They will be joining the group, and then they can start to converse to see how best the area can be developed. Okay. So that's the plan. I think that's a strategy I want to use, and maybe some modification as we go along, because people are doing different things, different businesses, so they're coming out with different business ideas, and so I'm being mindful that it's not only people looking to build houses, not people looking to build land, but also to add to the development effort in different ways. So that's why we want to make sure it's involvement of everyone. Yeah. I think, like I said, my food is ready. I'm gonna get off this live now. I'm actually gonna order some wine, and when I'm done eating, it's gonna get here, and I'm gonna stay here and watch more of the boats go by. So anyway, you guys take care. As always, be blessed. Life is short. Call your family, call your boyfriend, call your ex-girlfriend, call your side person, whoever it is y'all on the side. Some of y'all get side people. Anyway, call all these people. Tell them how much you care for them. Tell them that you miss them. Whatever it is that your circumstances, and so you can call. Tell them, text them. I've been thinking of you or thinking about you. However way you want to phrase it. You're in my thoughts, and I decided to reach out to you. I love you and I care for you. Take care. Have a good day. Just send those messages out. Life is too short. So as always, guys, I always leave my little video with telling y'all to do all of those things, and I always say you be blessed and be safe. I intend to do more of these live shows, but with people who are in business. And if you're not in business, you want to talk on anything else that makes sense, I will definitely include you on my life. It makes sense. This channel is not about negativity. This channel is not about your politics. Although I love soccer, football so much, Manchester United till I die, but I'm not here to talk about sport on my channel. There are other projects I'm doing in sport, but that will be later on when you're fun and then you'll start calling me, oh, I need to be my agent for my child. No. We're not talking about that just yet. So we're talking about development here. We're talking about building. We're talking about entrepreneurship. We're talking about business. We're talking about how we can all collaborate. So if you have anything else besides those things, please do not contact me. I am not interested. If you have negativity to spread about Liberia, I am not interested. Please do not contact me, okay? Now that I've gotten that out, you guys have a good day. Stay blessed, and bye-bye. I'm going to get my nails done, by the way.